Ah, thank you. I don't know why it does that. I literally switch back and forth, and then it's working. Yep, that one was my fault. I'm expecting it to crash because it's been crashing. BF has been helping. We're trying a bunch of different stuff, little bits at a time, because obviously neither of us have like all day or night. Today I do have like the rest of the night though. I mean, usually like I can go till like 9ish. What's the specs? Old. I know, going to the Wizards. You know what's interesting though is thinking about Anthony Davis playing with Trey Young, but that's the problem is Anthony Davis. What do you think is funnier, street clothes or Data Davis? Because Chuck always used to call him street clothes, obviously Charles Barkley, and but then I started hearing people call him Data Davis, and I was like, that's actually pretty good. Also, Meowmoji, or yeah, Meow. It could be Mao as well. Thanks for following me. I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name. If it's laughably bad, feel free to laugh at me. That's what friends are for. But if it's offensively bad, tell me. And because I don't want to be doing that. Yeah, Pistons won again. But that end of that game, dude, oh my God. Okay, look at this. Wait. Oh my God, Esther. And I still need to do that. I went through three pauses before all of a sudden it's like copyright strike on your channel because you played half of a clip on ESPN, you know? Holy shit. Thank you so much, Esther. Whatever, I need to go through that and make sure you get a founders. That's what I need to do. Because I saw like names I recognize that I haven't seen in like literally years, but I was like, aw, when you're going through the founders thing. Always down. That's funny. Of the AD situation. Yep. Who did they get for AD again? It was just like D'Angelo Russell and who? Someone like that. Yeah, this is what I was annoyed with, right? They had 43 fucking free throws. We had 30, but we really only had like 22. We got like a bunch at the end there because you know how they're fouling and then trying to catch. And then they were making threes, and then they called a BS foul at the end on another 3-point shot, and it was just like, what the fuck? Because we were up like 7 points with like a minute left or something like that. But um, yep. But that's the funny thing is like we really there was a point when they had 40 free throws and we had 22, right? And then they got that last 3 free throws at the end. But then I heard their coach was saying they should have got more free throws today. I was like, "What?" And he got 43 free throws. But apparently that's what their coach was saying today. I was like, "Really? You got 43 free throws and your excuse was we didn't get enough free throws." Now, other teams always get more free throws than us, but that's not because of bad reffing. That's because we play really physical and we don't have any floppers, right? But and that's the funny thing is we actually average one of the highest free throws in the game for that. But that's because we always go right into the paint. We don't really shoot many threes because we don't have enough good 3-point shooters, right? We shot well this game, and that's probably why we won, you know? But when Duncan Robinson's not hitting three, he went 6 for 9, right? If Duncan Robinson's not hitting well, then we usually kind of just suck for three from three. I do stream in the same PC I play on. Yep. It's an old one. Got the or I didn't get it. I mean, I did, but I built it. It's just funny saying I built it. You guys know what build means, but it's just funny thinking of like I built it myself. Sounds like I like created the memory card or not memory card, the graphics card with the screwdriver and designed it, put the fan on it. It's like no, I bought a 1080 Ti. It's a 1080 Ti though, and um, Bill fucking Murray was telling me that graphics cards don't usually last as long. He said you can usually expect like 5 years on a graphics card or something. And this one's from 2018, 1080 Ti. Oh yeah, this is my favorite player, Beef Stew. Beef. I was like, oh yeah, I'm wearing a Lions jersey today. I was like, who am I wearing today? I was like, oh, it's not game day. And the NFL season is not quite over technically. Who you got in the Super Bowl? Or do you not watch football? I usually watch like pretty much all sports. Hockey, I watch when it gets to the playoffs or close to the playoffs, because that's the thing. I don't want to like end the stream for Pistons and then also for Red Wings. It's like I want to. I like playing games and streaming too, so I pick one. But I actually have 4 Red Wings tattoos. It's the only tattoos I have. Look at this shit. My friend did them actually, but let's see. Gotta see this. All right, like this, right? I got 4 of them though, right? And this is the other leg. That's what I meant by I got 4 of them though. I can't even. I'm not flexible enough. I can't even show you that side because I'm not flexible enough. Those are the only tattoos I got. But it is funny because the wings are like the one I watched the least, but I always thought that said something. I was like, the Wings are like my 5th favorite sports franchise, and I technically have 4 Wings tattoos. Hey, what's up, Penzi? Penzi's DBD's GOAT. I'm not joking. Penzi has like 30,000 hours. And Prestige, or not Prestige, sorry. Devotion 140. I'm like Devotion 40 something. He's like that plus 100. I haven't been able to play too much lately, though. Yeah, you got that orbital with Huntress. I was cracking up at that. All right, who's playing tonight? Oh, yeah. Oh, Denver's on a back-to-back. Then I don't feel like we really played Denver. And Aaron Gordon wasn't healthy either, to be fair. But when you're in a back-to-back, it's like, aw, because we only played Denver twice. You pretty much only play any of the West Coast teams twice. So we haven't even played OKC yet. Yeah, first time we play OKC is in 21 days, so 3 weeks from today. And then we play them again on March 30th at OKC later in the season. The Grimoire vote results. I haven't had too much time to look at it because I've been working and editing. That's a funny thing. All right. Whoops. So it is open lobbies. I was like, but the thing is, if my PC crashes. What's up, Vons? Did it crash yesterday? Yep. It's crashed every day. I said I would play it until it crashed. Today we have more time, though. Shit, let me fix my blanket. I have a green blanket over my chair, so it works as a green screen as well. Oh, yeah. Because I like as little on the screen as possible. Control copy. Oh, yeah. So, when I was looking at the rest of the Pistons schedule when we were halfway through the season, I said I thought we would go 57 and 25. And now we have to go, it's like 20 and 13, I think, to go like that. The other thing, too, is we keep getting really lucky. I will say this. Like, almost every time we played, like, a really good team that has a really good record, they've had, like, a bunch of people sitting out. Like, we even lost to Phoenix with Devin Booker and somebody else out. What's up, Doug? Hey, what's up, JRD? Everyone follow JRD. JRD, was it live earlier today? Or was that last night? Or was that like the middle of the night when I woke up? I think that was last night, right? Oh, it wasn't yesterday. God damn it. Oh, it was yesterday. Yeah, but they're going to have to change the song because they said we got Ivy through the lane. And it's like, aw. Yeah, I got to play the song. Hey, throwback. It's not random, though. Let's go. This was my childhood. Oh, can't join my lobby. Whoops. Yeah, this team's offline. I did get some editing done. I posted a short. So this is what the deal I have with posting shorts, right? Is because if you go looking, you're like, what's my best clip to post? You're gonna sit there looking way too long, and then you're not gonna want to post another one because it took me way too long to just look for one short. You know what I mean? So I just look through my clips until something makes me laugh or made me be like, oh, this or that. Because other things too, I could just speed up a chase and be like, this is a link to how you actually run this, you know? But what was the one I posted? Oh yeah, dude, what the fuck? Yeah, if anyone can explain that one to me. This trap, it was like very clearly in place, and I'm trying to edge forward just a teeny little bit to get close enough to undo the trap, and it just like jumps onto me. It's like, what? And hell yeah, I use Jake no perks. Is Ice Creamy one of the? It is. Let's go. Alright, my PC may crash, and you might be left with a worthless bot. Big warning. And then we'd have to sit there for 15 minutes. I mean, I would, at least. That's why I have my status as Will, but we actually have time, so if we wanted to try something different, I actually have time tonight. At least till like 9-ish. That's why I usually stream for like 8:40. You go live at 4:20 and then stream for 4:20. This is a Pistons game, or obviously like a stream crash. Hey, let's go Rockstar. Yeah, Survivor's really easy, but it takes so fucking long to learn by our own trial and error. So I won't stop making those long ones. I like having all the examples. But then obviously you need to make like single tile ones because it's like I go through 10 hours to look for like a one specific loop I'm looking for. And that's what it's really there for. If somebody was like really having problems with like one specific loop. And it's like, yeah, go look at the long guide. And they started organizing by killer too. So it's like you could type in Control F and Trickster or whatever, you know. I watched some comp. Not too much. Like, do we lag out? I always compare Comp DBD to Comp Gears of War. Because I loved Gears of War. And I tried playing some comp in Gears of War. Gears of War 1. You had to use a website called Game Battles back in the day. This was back when, like, MLG... Oh, shit, I need to switch tomes. Because that one I have to, like, hard throw to do. Oh my god, it's a twins. I think this is too long. Maybe that one is perfect. Or that little square right there. Oh, they got ruined. Let's go. Good to find out now. Well, they don't got ruined anymore. Could still be ruined though. It's not still ruined. Yeah, so Gears of War, when you play it online, I don't even know what the newer Gears are like. They're probably the same though still. But what everybody likes doing is wall bouncing around with a shotgun, right? That's like what you do. But in Comp Gears of War, at least back in the day, it was way less of that, and it was way more like everybody posted up with a Lancer. Like, you almost never use a Lancer in pubs. And it's not because, like, oh, the Lancer. It's just like everybody has way more fun sliding around with a shotgun in pubs. And that's not what Comp is, though. Comp is literally just, like, posted up Lancering a lot. And it's just like, if I wanted to shoot like this, I'd rather play Halo, you know? And I wasn't denying it be competitive. I wasn't like, oh, this is stupid, this isn't competitive. It was just like, no, it's definitely competitive. I just wasn't my cup of tea, even though I loved playing Gears. Run. I want to loop right here. Yeah, that's what I thought, nerd. You don't get to play against twins much because we get. Oh man, I feel like right there I almost crashed. I need to look and see if it says encoding overload though when it does that. Need to remind myself. Oh yeah. Well, I didn't post that because we posted the thing for open lobbies. I was like, oh yeah, I should probably post this short up in the thingy. Up in the thingy. I got extra lucky too because the next little short video I was gonna make was gonna talk about Jumpsuit Jake, how he's the Easter egg in all my looping guides, what Jumpsuit Jake means. Yeah, make it to the window. Yes, I can, and I will. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. Can you make it all the way around? No, we can't. I think we need a bigger head start for that. Yeah. Damn it. That was lucky. I want to try one of these rocks instead. I wanted to try something like this, but I couldn't make it. Fuck, 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 fuck. Oh god. Oh damn it. Good shit. I need to try not to yell either. Hey, what's up, Daffier? So my PC might crash. I know I have that in my title. If it does and there's somebody in the queue, I might have something else to try. Me and BFM were talking about it. Might be the DDU, I think. Also, this is Giga Chat Killer. They already won this game, in my opinion. And got everybody hooked once. We're trying to figure that out. It's something to do with NVIDIA, but the graphics card has passed like all the tests. When we've tested the card itself, it's still really jumpy. I feel like it did get jumpier when we went on that older driver. Ooh, is there something down here I could use? That thing right there again. Yeah, BFM has been like, I mean, a bunch of people have been extremely helpful trying to figure out. We were doing it on stream when we actually nailed that that was NVIDIA, because we went through like the 5 crashes from the past week, and they were all the exact same thing. And that's what we're still trying to figure it out, what's causing that. Yeah, but what if I bought it and changed my GPU and that didn't make any difference? Yes, dude. Little box OP. Damn it. I can trade here if need be. Those tires might be alright for Victor as well. Yes. Yeah, they had me running something Wind BG or something, which is basically just tells you exactly what caused the crash, essentially. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Yeah, here we go. Damn it! Oh, that's why their thing is on the ground. Let me cut through. Damn it. This twin's already won this game twice over. But yeah, Victor, if you besides just 50-50ing at pallets with Victor, but you have to find something the perfect size, like those little boxes. That's why I wanted to get to the barrels, but I feel like we didn't give it a proper shot. Although the barrels would be easy for Victor to mind game. But something like this rock. This one might even be better. Or that rock, right? We're using the box. See, that was the one I wanted to use, but we didn't quite make it, I don't think. We'll be able to mind game easy because we can't see Victor over it. Those will be pretty useful. Those sandbags might be. It might be a little bit longer, though. Dang it, I thought I heard Victor. That's the one we used before. Oh, shit. I think this is too... No, this might be perfect. There's Victor. That's why I was crouch walking. I wasn't just trying to hide. Wait, they get 2 games anyway. You should just take your 4K. We already kicked Victor enough. Yeah, jump off here. No, I wasn't close enough. Or too close. Oh, you're realizing now that you shouldn't have slugged? Oh, come on, I want you to jump off this thing. Jump off to cut me off. Yeah, nerd! You're gonna get lusty blood before I can make it to this pallet. Get shit on. That's all I needed to see. Now imagine if we're on communications and we all know how to do it. How to play against twins. Shouldn't have slugged for the 4K if you didn't want to get teabagged. Did that to yourself. You know what's funny? The first thing I think of when I hear this song is MySpace. Aw. That was the best part about MySpace. You got to force whatever song you wanted to play for people. This was not my song, but one of my friends, this was their song. Mine was What You Know by T.I. I think that's another reason he was reminding me. Because T.I.'s on this track too. Yeah, MySpace was better than Facebook. It like low-key had us learning how to code. MySpace is making a comeback. That was the problem with MySpace, is it turned way too much into, like, it's hard to say way too much into ads, but you know how there's, like, everything had a I just said Facebook. MySpace. Everything, like, turned into way too much. It had us learning to code, yes, but all of a sudden every page was, like, even too much for my computer to load. You know? It was just like because you could make, like, way more of a actual page than Facebook. Facebook was more like just Facebook, you know? Facebook, you can make different types of pages now, but yeah, the ads just was insane. Oh, it's Booba. Is this main B? It is. Let's go. Does he have Boozle? Indeed. Oh my god, jumpsuit Jake. I missed the fucking opening. That fool has no tear radius. Oh. Hey, good shit. If they went down, I was gonna feel partly responsible. It's the unknown perk. Huh. Thought for sure you just bam it. Bam it. That's not Epi, right? Epi uses another skin. Don't he? It'd be fun to get Epi on Jumpsuit Jake. I met Epi years ago, though. If you go back and look, on my... This is a really old video on my channel, but my 1 year no perks anniversary, I had no idea how to edit or do anything yet, and I wanted to make a video, so Epidemi edited it for me. That was back in, like, 2021. Although it's funny, I have to actually, now that I think about it, go back and change the URL. Because his name was Epidemi YT for YouTube. Yeah, I'm sorry, mate. Excuse me. Yes. Here it comes now. Bam it. Oh, it's this tile. Damn it. Yeah. Remember I said, like, if you're playing on a Swift and one person finds out it's Bamboozle, then they all know it's Bamboozle? Now, I got to actually look, because we're not in communications, but that right there is what I mean by... Because if I didn't know he had Bamboozle, I might not have expected, or immediately just run on this big, long... Can I make it back to this window? Go back. Yeah, I think he actually did try to go back.
Got lucky on that one.
Back to the other window to hump. So this is the new main B as well. Main B got nerfed. They took that window right there, over there, that the generator's like right in front of. They took that window away. It wasn't even like to nerf the buildings either, because main C is the strongest, and that got left the exact same. It was because Trapper of all killers, because when the window is here and you get basement here, they could just put a trap right here and then stand here and a trap on the inside of the window, and you couldn't get out of basement. But they nerfed that like a few months ago, like very recently. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god. Oh, Deliverance, good shit. I thought that was a hex for a sec. No. Oh, I can't heal. My dumbass. There's literally an on-screen indicator. How many hours do I have in this game? This is when I'd be like, no, I only have as many hours as I have on Steam. I don't have any extra hours on Switch or Xbox. No way. I only have like 9,000 something. I'm not over 10. How can we make this is the question. Alright, I want him to mind game himself and we can get back to this window again. Yay. Just like that. We're getting super lucky. On like every 50-50. What's up, Brad? How you doing, mate? Nice. Wasn't DS. Flashlight save? Pallet save? Sucker. I do have the pallet. Nice. Black Ops 7.
Back in my day, I remember when Black Ops came out.
I actually do. That's funny. I didn't play the Black Ops though. I played Modern Warfare Part 1, or Modern Warfare 1, which was Call of Duty 4. And then Modern Warfare Part 2, which was after Black Ops, it was in between. And I tried Part 2, I was like, maybe I'll give it another shot, because I didn't like Part 1. Everybody loved the multiplayer. I just didn't. But I didn't, those, Like, obviously, tons of games are like this, but that was the first game where I loaded in, and you know how Halo, you load in with the same weapons as everybody else? Like, I loaded in, and, like, you play a game, and it was like, here's this guy that got me with fucking, alright, you vault it. Vault that. I thought he was gonna try to zone me out by bamboozling that window there. Oh my god. Look at pallet after pallet after pallet. Read it. Damn it. Bubba's my favorite, I used to say this. Nurse actually overtook Bubba as my favorite killer to play against. But that right there is actually why. It's not because, like, they don't have an M2, because my other favorite killers to play against are M2s, like Huntress and Nemesis. But it's just greeting pallets is risky. I was already injured, so I was greeting the pallet the same anyway. But when you're full health and you greet the pallet when Bubba's in a saw, that's the feeling I like the most. Because it's by far the riskiest, but when it works, it just is so much fun. You know? Even though you probably shouldn't do it. But it's video games, it's not real life, you know? Have some fun. Forgot to look. Or the audio bug for half a second. I need to look and see if it's saying overload. Man. I do feel like Jokic wasn't back to full health last night. Oh god. They do got like 3 pellets right there if they want. That babysitter lasts a while. That's good shit. That stacks with borrowed time too, right? Yeah, I'm gonna change tomes. Because I keep not paying attention or feel like I'm gonna throw the match too hard. And then my PC crashes. I do have a new short though. If and when my PC crashes. Go look at it. Although it's just a... This is my deal with shorts, because if I go looking for like the best short for me to... I don't know. I'm just going to sit there and look after clip and waste a bunch of time. It's like, literally just look until something I'm like, ah, that's funny. Or like, oh, I should post that. The very first one I get to where I'm like, oh, I should just post that. Post it. Ain't no reason looking any further. Alright, I'm going to run out of position to go this way. Oh god. Greet it. Vault it. No! I wanted him to go the other way. Damn. GG. Alright. Hoping to get peeps in before my PC crashes. Because if you're in the very first game in, you get 2 games. And if I hadn't thought about that, I was like, maybe we should stop doing that while the PC issues are going on. Because what happens if these people waited 2 games for their turn, and then my PC crashes during their turn? And I'm like, huh. I would feel bad. Alright, so we need... 1 second. Catch the list up. Here we go. Copy paste this. Hey, what's up? I do not have a creator code yet. I will later. That was like the first thing I asked when I got in that Discord. And what they basically said was they were like, very few people have one, and basically the people that do, they keep send me an invite. But I need, yeah, here we go. What they said is basically the people that have codes right now were the original Fog Whispers plus a few additions, and they'd be rolling out more codes later on. They said in the next year, and I was like, does that mean in this year, 2026, or does that mean like 2027? But I just didn't even feel like asking. It was one of those, like, I'll get a code when I get a code. Here we go. Oh, no more jumpsuit Jake. Send me an invite. I remember hearing this song on the radio when I was a kid, and I feel like half of it was bleeped out. Well, they don't bleep it out, you know how there's just like no, it's just like a pause in lyrics. There's a few songs like that where like the whole song was a bunch of big pauses. Like the Whisper song by the Yin Yang Twins. I remember that one was like half of the song was bleeped out. Right now we're listening to Superman by Eminem. But that's reminding me of other ones too. I'm like, yeah, there was other ones. Because the playlist is on random. It's not even big anymore. It's 628 songs. That sounds big, but it used to be like 1,200 songs, and then some shit happened and I lost the playlist. It's like, damn. Do I have any more? Yeah. The one that was changed the best, like I didn't even know that this was a different song until years later, was that David Banner song. It's called Play, right? Because on the radio it's run girl, I'm trying to get your body wet. Work that, let me see you drip sweat. Run girl, I'm trying to get your body wet. Work that, let me see you drip sweat. Don't play with me, don't play with me, don't play with me, don't play with me, don't play with me. Work them hips, run girl. So it kind of sounds like you'd be like in a gym class almost or something like that. And then you listen to the real version and it's like oh my god. That shit was hilarious. I think it's like, come girl, I'm trying to get your pussy wet. He's like, go and play with it. Go play with it. Go play with it. That's why it's called Play. Go play with it. Go play with it. Work that clit. Come, girl. It was like, holy shit. That's what this song is? Oh, shit. Ah! Well, I'm completely fucked. We got 2 boobas in a row. That sucks. Am I in the basement, too? Look at all the tiles we had. Maybe I could have ran to that. I didn't think I was going to make that. I don't think I would have made that. That sucks, man. Face first into the killer. Do you think I had lethal? Or do you think I just ran face first into him? I thought he was going to come from that way because I ran that way and it was fucking getting louder. I turned the face and there he is. God damn it.
Hook isn't rusted.
Oh yeah, I have perks. Let's go. No, I forgot to switch tomes. Goddamn tome. Anxiety. Yeah, smoking weed helps me with pretty much all my anxieties. But in that one video I talk about that, the no perks since 2020 video, I was like, it also affects everybody differently. Because weed definitely gives people anxiety too. That's not how it affects me. There's definitely like getting paranoid after smoking weed is like always been a thing, will always be a thing. Oh, fucking A. Yeah, Zach Stevens, I completely agree. Because when the PC crashes were happening, I mean, they're still happening. Like, I can't confirm that they're fixed. That's why the stream title right now says, like, stream until PC crash. The good thing is I've been getting a lot more editing done. I was like, I could put a few videos out this week. I was going to put even more videos out. But right now, I can't actually go in-game and record anything. Because when a new DLC comes out, Nintendo Switch is usually late in terms of crossplay. And that's what's happening right now. It said later in February, Nintendo Switch will be able to play with other platforms, but right now, Nintendo Switch can only play with Nintendo Switch. So I can't, like, log in on... What I usually do to make those videos is I log in and then make stand AFK on Nintendo Switch and then run around on PC. But I cannot do that. Now, if they're doing that stuff, maybe I will go and try to get this... Or run face first into the killer once more. Oh my god. Is that on? 28 streak, dude. Holy shit. What Survivor do you want me to play? I'm sorry, I like don't know. With a 28 streak. I am a dumbass. Does that mean I'm a dumbass? Speaking of what we just talked about, or like when you wish you hadn't just smoked. One of the times where it was the first time I think BF was here to help me. There was a bunch of people there helping me too. It was not just BF. But BF was going into more specifics. Like step by step. And that was, I literally said out loud, I was like, so this is one of the times I wish I wasn't stoned right now. Because I had literally just smoked, and then the very first game after smoking, my PC crashed. It was like, so I smoked, and then like, I was like, alright, let's play. And then I was like, oh, fuck. So when he was trying to tell me stuff, I was just reading in general, like even reading way slower. A la carte. I do remember playing a la carte. I don't think anybody else asked me to do a la carte. Okay, they're going that way. That's the funny thing. I'm not a full-time content creator yet, so I don't have like dedicated time for editing. The playtime is funny because this is why when it crashes, I'm like, oh, I guess I'll go get some editing done. Because to be a full-time content, I need to make a lot more videos, you know. I'm always working on videos, but I'm always working on the really long ones, which take like months. Because it's always like editing in bed before getting out to go to work, you know. So it's like little bits at a time. I should edit more in bed at nighttime, but a lot of times I just go to sleep. You know? I need to go find Shaq, actually. Now that I think about it. Now, what do I have to do with this thing? Does anybody know what I have to do with the white glove? After I do whatever I need to do with it in the basement? Oh no, I just had to do it twice. Let's go. So I don't have to do anything else. Here we go. I miss when you used to be able to make this jump. Survivors used to be able to. Now just killers can, which is fine. But Survivors making that jump was hilarious. Because killers could do it too. It just like everything, it seemed easier on Survivor than killer. The random man. It's cool. He was playing nice too, and then just were flying. If I did, I don't remember it, but I'm going through the glyphs now. I was not doing a lot of glyphs before. See, that's one I'm gonna save for. I was just trying to do the easy ass mindless ones where you don't even have to pay any mind, you just play normally. Alright, wait. We're still counting that as the game, right? Because usually we only get one game. It's just the first three peeps in on the very first game. Who's on the list? It was Vons and Hi Hi. Vons and Hi Hi were both on the first game, right? Can we give them another game just since I feel like 2 people didn't even get chased and whatnot? For Vons and Hi Hi. Vons says alright. Is Hi Hi in a big hurry? Like, do you only have time for one? Oh, Hi Hi wasn't in a game yet. Huh. Can we just squeeze one in yet, though? Because Bubba, like, went AFK, basically, I think. Because the gens were flying, I think Bubba was like, just do the gens and get out. No, what I was going to say is I want to see if we can give them another game. I do that shit, too, if the gens are fucking flying. I'm like, oh, fuck that, then. I try back the music. Well, the music I'm always playing on anyway. Well, Daffier, okay, Daffier is letting you get in. So let's get... And then we can get Daffier in the next one, right? He only had 28 hours on DBD. Yeah, what is this fucking matchmaking? Alright, so I need to remember to get Daffier in, but I'm getting the list caught up now. So next game is going to be Vons and Daffier, although I did clear the list. You know what's funny? This is like one of the only actual Skrillex songs I like. And it's not even like the same type of shit. But this is one of his only songs that actually develops. I didn't like Skrillex that much. Because he had like one of the most dubstep-itis. So what I call dubstep-itis obviously is not a real term. When a song would get halfway through and just repeat the first half. This song does not do that. This song's awesome. Oh. I'll do it next game. A la carte. I was like, if I switch and then it's not a la carte. So I mean by dubstep-itis is a lot of dubstep. And there was one specific song that spoiled me, so I'd expect songs to continue to develop. God damn it, that one song. Guided Relaxation. Because that's like the most nuts dubstep song I've ever heard. And it develops all the way, like from the very beginning, you're like, that's nuts. Like, not the beginning, but when the actual beat drops, because it has an intro. This is like the only actual dubstep part of this song. This is what I mean by develops. Skrillex songs so often we just get halfway through the songs and then just repeat the first half and didn't develop into anything. I gotta rewind it a little bit because I like that part leading into it. And it goes, and fuck you, rock and roll. And it just sounds really epic. Was this map disabled? Oh my god, here he is. That's scary. I was literally looking down. You do one downstairs and 2 upstairs. Oh, they're up there. Okay. Came out of this one. Oh, face plant because I'm garbage. Doesn't it suck to suck? Does it allow me to go through instead of looping when I normally would? Yeah, it doesn't let you go through. Dude, that's terrible. Maybe I pressed the wrong one. Maybe I fucked up and pressed the wrong one. So maybe you can go through and I just pressed the wrong one. That might have been a skill issue, actually. Because you know it's different from the hook. And that's what I was thinking when I ran towards it, but I think I just pressed the wrong button. I think it's 2 different buttons. I think you have to press the pallet throw button, right? Not the heal button for it. Yeah, I need to try it again. Because this is the interesting thing about DBD is when you get a map you don't get often, and then you get a killer, and you're like, huh, let's go try how the things work. But I think I just pressed the wrong button there. I think that wasn't like it gets in the way. But the thing is with unhooking, that's why it made me think about like, let's go try this. Because unhooking, it is the same button. And like, for some reason, when the killer is right there, and like if they're camping the hook and they throw the axe at you, and you go to unhook them, it always starts taking the hatchet out first, even though you're in the unhook range. And that's why I was like, huh, I wonder if, but I think it's 2 different buttons. I think I just skill issued. I don't think that had anything to do with the hatchet. But you're right, I do have to go try again to confirm. Wanted to vault just to make sure. That's funny. Yes, this is the button I think I should have pressed. Because I pressed both of them. I definitely did the other one first, but I think it's a different button anyway. I don't think I didn't even need to press that. Luckily, well, the good thing is there's a portal up top and down low. I was like, so we can make it happen up top.
I'm not gonna let nothing happen to you.
Hit me. Press the right button this time. Okay, I don't even feel like that should have hit me. I'll be completely honest. If I'm playing killer, there's no way. But I did skill issue it the first time. But come on, there's no fucking way that would give me that hit if I was playing killer. The screen had completely changed already on my screen. No fucking way. But I did just skill issue the first time, so at least to answer the question. But we wasted 2 chases, so now I have to actually loop. And the third one. But at least we got to confirm it. Because sometimes you, like, never get an opportunity to actually go confirm it. Like, you'll be playing against twins, right? And then the next time that you get you don't ever get a chance, like, you have to go unhook somebody, and then here comes the killer, and you run in, and you're trying to take a hit. I was like, thank fuck. I just skill issued it the first time. The unhooking thing is an issue, though. Because if he hits you with the hatchet and you go to unhook, it is the same button. Although, can I change that? Is that something I can change? That might be. I might have 2 actions on the same button. Hey, Papa Robe. Thanks for the subscription, mate. I appreciate it. What Survivor do you want me to play? I do have to play a la carte next game. I was supposed to play a la carte this game. My dumbass just forgot. Hey, thanks, mate. I'm sorry if my PC crashes. Been having some PC issues that we're trying to get resolved. I'm just expecting it at any minute now.
Got nothing to worry about. Gotcha.
Does he have barbecue and chili? I think it does have barbecue and chili. What's on the fuck? You know? Oh god. So like that right there, my heart stopped. I was like, did it freeze? I didn't see it say coding overload though. I got way more YouTube videos coming. That's actually the biggest reason why I'm not in a super hurry and don't well, 2 reasons I don't hard panic. It was funny, I was talking to BF about that. I was like, I guess this would be giving me a lot more issues because I always talk about like, if I was a full-time content creator, I'd have all this time and I'm like, actually, and I had that realization when I was in Discord with BF. I was like, actually, this is a time I am thankful because I would be like stressing the fuck out over this. It's like, my PC crashed. Let me go get some editing done. I do need to get, I really do need to be putting out more video. Like, if it means I need to stream less. But it's like, oh, but then... But streaming feels like the selfish, like, I'm just gonna, it feels like recess time. All the other hours in the day is working or editing. God damn it, well that sucks. Go that way. Oh, he went this way, big Sag. Medium vault because I'm garbage. Doesn't it suck to suck? Oh my god, I extra suck. I don't know why you switched sides. Did you turn around and go this way? Can I make this? Dude, what are these fucking hits this game? He's not even bad ping. Like, what the fuck is that? Am I whining or is that like nuts? Okay, I'm not whining. I mean, I am whining. You know what I mean? The roommate rule. Roommate walks by and he's like, this guy's whining over the video game. That's what I mean by, like, I'm still whining, but, like, what the fuck is that? Yeah, but, like, hitbox. Like, if my hitbox was where it was on our screen and I'm down here, there's no way possible to hit that. That's why I'm like, what the fuck is that? But it makes sense with the hit earlier, remember? When we went through the portal, and I was like, no fucking way if I was playing killer. And I'm like, oh yeah, same match. Alright. Hey, this is why I like getting the brainless ones. That's 10 totems. Alright, we need to get Vons in here, and... what was... let me see this. Where was the list? Who is it that gave up their spot, if they were still here? Daffier. Is Daffier here? I'm sorry if I'm butchering your name. I just watched Little Mermaid and saw the French chef, and I'm like, oh yeah, French. Here we go. And then I watched that Key and Peele French skit. I like that joke with Key and Peele in general. That's like, there's always a Key and Peele skit you haven't seen. And I watched the French chef thing, because that's what I went looking for after watching Little Mermaid. I was like, man, what the fuck? A lyric in that song, in that French chef song, he literally goes, he, ha, ha. It's like, dude. I was like, this is what people tell me when they're like, those Disney cartoons are like, they're still kids movies, but they're also good for adults. Because I hadn't watched these as an adult yet. And one of the days I was sick, actually. My sister has 2 kids, so I have 2 nephews, 4 and 6, and she's been telling me to watch them. And I was sick, so I was like, oh, I'll watch a few of these. Watched Aladdin, Lion King, and Little Mermaid. Yeah, they're fucking great. But that was something I don't even remember the French like chef at all for some reason. But I like barely remembered Little Mermaid. That might be my favorite one now, actually. Because I didn't realize that was the first one. And they had the smallest budget for that one. And that was like the first like real musical they had made in a while. And I was like, because when you're a kid, like you're just like, oh, all these, musicals, you kind of think they all just came out at the same time or whatever. And that's actually the reason I watched Little Mermaid first. No, I watched Lion King first. So I was like, Lion King, I remember being my favorite. No, what I thought was the best. It still might be the best. But now I'm like, oh, but Little Mermaid, when you take into account that they had way smaller budget and shit like that, I'm like, damn. I have to watch Hercules again, though, because I remember Hercules being my favorite. And it was because of the muses. The music in Hercules is so good. Oh, a la carte, thank you. Where the fuck is this guy at? Oh, right here. In plain view, sir. It would have been a la carte. Let's go. I think there's nobody else in the queue, right? We just got Daffy, Pig, and Vons. Yep, nice. Let's go. Zero to hero, no time flat. Yeah, I remember Hercules music being great. You know what's funny, Razor? I was kind of thinking the same thing about Aladdin. I was like, this story is like, there's some good aspects to the story, but I was like, the story's kind of meh without the genie. And then like the thing was, I just started reading because I love movies. I'm not a movie buff. I want to be. I'm movie week right now. Hitting the movie leg day though. I've been watching some older ones like Chinatown. Holy shit, that one really fucking stuck with me. I'm not gonna lie. Oh my god, Chinatown. Not like it's not a movie that makes you cry or anything. It was just like I couldn't believe I hadn't heard of this villain before. That's like one of the worst villains I've ever, like best, like for movie wise, amazing villain, but at the same time was like one of the most despicable villains that gets away with it in the end. And that's what I mean by like, because I've always heard Chinatown was like, might be Jack Nicholson's best movie. Like there's a few that people say might be his best, and that's always up there. That's what I mean by hitting the movie leg day, It was like, oh my god, I can't believe I hadn't heard of that guy before. Noah Cross. What a villain. Holy shit. That was a cool-ass movie. Jack Nicholson's in every single scene in that movie. And the whole reason is that is he's a private investigator, and what I mean by he's in every scene is we are only getting the information that he's getting. So we're like trying to come to the conclusions, you know. But he gets used. He gets used by the bad guy. That's what I mean by it's even worse. Not only does the bad guy get away with it, he like accidentally helped the bad guy get away with like achieve his. It was just like. That's what I mean by that one stuck with me. Holy shit. What a movie. Oh, so what I mean by I've been reading a lot of stuff about different movies was I was reading about The Dark Knight, and apparently obviously the majority still loves The Dark Knight, but apparently there's a growing bunch of people that think The Dark Knight is just your average crime movie without the Joker. Like it's just like typical average crime movie. But in my head, I'm like, man, if you take out the movie's best character, the movie's not as good. Like, that's what it sounds like to me, you know? And it was funny, but that's like how it had in my head. And I was like, without the genie, I was like, this movie is not as good. And then in my head, I'm like, that's the argument with, you know, so I like immediately had to make fun of myself on that one. Because with the diamond in the rough thing, at least Aladdin like gave away the loaf, the only loaf he had, he gave it to the kids, right? There's like, but you can miss that moment, right? And then the whole like idea about like he's not even allowed to be associated with the princess because of class, you know what I mean? Like stuff like that. And so I was like, there's definitely really good things here. But that was the thing was why the first thought in my head came up with that was like, it's because the genie left me wanting more. And I'm like, but that's not a bad thing. That's a great thing, you know? If you get me like, man, I wanted to see more of that character. Same with the Joker, right? I feel like that's what it really is. And the people that are like, man, if you take the Joker out, that's not even that great a movie. I'm like, that's just because you are left wanting more, and that's a good thing. That's just my opinion, obviously. We're talking about movies. Everything we talk about movies is just an opinion, but... Oh god, I can't hit.
Oh god!
Extra, oh god. Oh, you're running this shit too. Well, this is extra bad.
You want that little free hit, don't you? Aww.
Break the door. Break the door. Does it go back the other way? Oh my god, face plant. He did go back the other way. Sad thing though, we're holding the box the whole time. We can't exactly put it down, but we can't hear the tear radius. If you can hear the tear radius, you know exactly which way you went. We could turn back around. Can't wait too long at that checkpoint anymore though, because they changed where the breakable door is. Like I said, it wouldn't have mattered if we had the tear radius. Yeah, is there a glitch to make him say the line? I didn't know it was a glitch. I thought it's just that if you actually do the thing. I just didn't get a chance to do it because I went to that corner to do it on, and that's right because you're oblivious, so I didn't know that the killer was coming around the corner. But that corner is right where he was chasing a survivor at, so I went and like gave a free hit. Although he's using the free hit add-on. He likes being his little hand held. Don't worry, when I play killer, I make fun of survivors way more than I make fun of killers. Survivors have way more fucking hand-holdy shit. In my opinion. It's like all the amount of fucking second chance perks you have to put up with when you're playing killer. It's like, damn, this survivor loves getting outplayed because they just got outplayed 5 fucking times. Hold off the record. Because you could do like anything with it, right? No. I have to go for a totem, actually. I wonder if he's going for adept. First thing I think whenever it's a killer with the actual perk of that killer. They're on red bar. I gotta remember this, so... The fuck? That means the killer's close, right? looking for my totem. And I give away another free hit for being oblivious. Just like this. Hey, there's my totem. Dude! Oh yeah, he's red bar. I forgot. I was like warn myself so that when we end up inevitably getting hit at something that looks like bullshit like that, I was like, oh yeah, he's red bar. I gotta remember that. See how he's red bar? You can see it on the screen. I saw that earlier. And I was like, I gotta remember this from later. And what did I not do? I did not remember it. Took me a second, but for that whole second, I was about to rage. It was more like because 2 games in a row type shit. Because last game we had 2 really laggy looking hits where it was like... I would like to not be oblivious for the first time all match. Oh god, here he comes. Yay! Boulder, the Sheridan. Let's go.
You summoned me.
I see. And then just dead man switch, and I just fucked them over. I should have gone for the unhook first anyway, and then we could have ran back. I'm playing bad. I'm still expecting a crash at any moment. My bad. Does that one achievement still exist with Myers? I got very lucky with that one too. I got it when it was hard, but I was a complete noob, and I got that in like 2019, I want to say. It was the first thing that ever made me feel bad for the survivors. It's because, of course, you're playing survivors yourself. I hadn't played Killer yet. And the first time I ran into a Myers, because you're still a noob too, obviously. And the first time I ran into a Myers that was doing the unlimited tombstone, it was like, this is OP. But then you jump on Killer, and this is back before MMR and the ranks work differently. But the MMR was based off of your ranks, is how it worked. So if you were, and it just from 20 all the way to 1. And iridescent was still a thing. Like iridescent color was 1 through 4, and then ranks 5 through 8 was purple, and then 9 through 12 was green. Stuff like that, you know. And then like, and then when ranks reset, the ranks did reset every month. You didn't get any blood points for it either, though. But you would go to the highest level of the next color, right? So if you were anywhere between 1 and 4, when rank reset, you would go down to level 5. And then it would do that all the way up until level 17, because it was like in 3s, so it was 12, and then 13 through 15. Maybe it was 13 through 16. And then 17, 18, 19, and 20, I think. All like, if rank reset, you would only go down 1 level. You could also D-pip, though, as well. That made playing against twins frustrating, I'm not going to lie.
The box. You opened it.
I used to hate playing against twins, and that was the only reason. It had nothing to do with gameplay. It was literally just because, like, it sucked that Victor, up until recently, when Victor's chasing you, it didn't count as a chase. When you get down by Victor, it counts as a lost chase, but it would count as an extremely short lost chase, which is terrible for pipping. And you would, like, it would pretty much always guarantee a D-pip. It was just sucked. god. Okay. Sure. Once more. With feeling. Back to it. Back to it. Is when you're happy to see the door be open, is when you have something like that. If it's closed, you can't loop around either side. Or just one, you know what I mean? Y'all know what I mean.
The box. You opened it.
No. After that, he just stared up. Right? I noticed that on that chapel map again, too. We had like 3 pallets in a row. I was like, holy shit. And you take those pallets away and put the pallets back in on the indoor maps. The indoor maps are mostly indoor. RPD seems fine. But the other indoor maps are all bugged. Where there's just like no pallets spawning in certain areas. Oh my god. What the fuck am I doing? That's even what the killer's thinking. Oh, the killer probably thought I was purposely trying to take their attention from the other gen getting done. $800 ping. Yeah, you can see the red bar on the thing. It's just funny because I said that right in the beginning. I was like, when I saw the red bar, I was like, I gotta remind myself that the hits are gonna look wonky. And then the very first hit that looked wonky, I was like, what the fuck? Oh yeah. But just that like knee-jerk reaction of like.
The box. You opened it.
Holy lag. It always affects the killer worse than it affects us, though. Lag. It only affects us when we're in chase. It affects the killer the entire game. They had 3 blue perks, too. They still got a bunch of hooks. How they were playing, I usually still consider that a win. Yeah, teammate with green perks, too. Yeah, the connection feels bad. Whoa. Is that a year 1? No, it's not. Okay. Cobbler. I forgot what the cobbler looked like. I saw 1 candle, and I was like, wait, what? I was like, oh, no, this is year 8. I see. What's up, Gecko? I don't think there's anybody in the queue, is there? Yes, there is. So we need to get Hi, Zerkarak, and Nihilism in here. How many of these do I gotta get? You get 4. Man, the survivor tomes take so long compared to the killer ones. When I spent the blood points, I was like, I'm gonna do the survivor tomes and the killer tomes, but the killer tomes, you fucking fly through them. Most of them you get done easily in one game. Like, most of them you get done, like, before you even have a hook. It's like, get 2 hits with Spirit Phase or a Doctor. It'll be like, inflict static shock therapy 3 times. And you're like, so shock is survivor 3 times, that's it? Who did Papa Robe want me to play?
What is this place?
Let me catch up the list. Let me copy paste it to YouTube. Well, let me catch up the list and then copy paste it to YouTube. Good old Slipknot. Dude, that shit's awesome. Lamb of God, I couldn't get in. A few times, I couldn't get into too much. I love the riffs and I love everything. I don't like the vocals that much, though. It's sad, though, because every time I tell people Opeth is my favorite band, they always tell me to listen to Lamb of God. This song is The Devil and I by Slipknot. This song is awesome. I'm like, this is up there. I'm like, it might be my favorite Slipknot song. It's up there, though. I like a lot of Slipknot. Slipknot is the band where I think of, I was like, I wonder if I didn't get into them when I was a teenager, if I would like them anywhere near as much as I do. There'll still be songs I definitely like, but there's other songs I'm like, I'm not sure if I would like this if I heard this the first time as an adult, as opposed to a teenager. But it's already in there, so I'm like, yeah, this is great. This song came out when I was like, I don't know, 20 or something like that. 22 maybe? Devil anymore. Yeah, that shit's awesome.
Stay alive. All of you.
Oh, fuck. Face first into the Oni again. I guess not. Still expecting my PC to crash at any moment. I'm saying this like every single game ever, so it's not a huge surprise. Even though my stream title has it in it. But I just feel bad when it's people's turn on my stream. They're like, well, that's the stream. Exactly why I like Opeth. They are all over the place in the best way. Even in single songs. The thing with them is they have a lot of their songs, at least their best ones, are really long. But I obviously don't have an issue with that. I make fucking 12-hour long looping guides. Oh my god, what an animal. It literally is the animal. He does not have Bamoozle, though. Exactly. You know what's funny? Opeth's longest song is like one of their most requested songs to play. I should play part of that after this song. That's the funny thing, is it's so fucking long. But the best part of that song is like this beautiful classical acoustic guitar sounding section in the middle of it, but it's a 20-minute long song. And it's literally like 8 to 10 minutes in. But that's the thing, is I think they're actually being polite is why they don't ever play it live. Because he's always joked whenever I've seen things about him being like, why don't you play Black Rose Immortal live? And he always says it's too long. He's like, I don't remember that whole song. He's like, that song's like 20 minutes long. But I think the reason they really don't don't want to play that live is because, like, say you don't like that song and you paid to see Opeth play live, and now here goes 20 minutes of a song you don't like. So I think they're actually doing that to be nice, personally. There are parts of that song that are absolutely beautiful. It is an epic song. I really like that song. But same thing, it gets skipped a lot when it comes on random, because I'm like, here goes 20 minutes of a song in between games. Like, this is going to be like the whole stream of just listening to Black Rose Immortal in between games. Did you see? Does he have nowhere to hide? Doesn't that appear so? I finally have this skin now. Because I was waiting until summer when it went on summer sale, but then when I became a DVD creator, they gave me like, what, 200 or 20,000 org cells or some shit. I was like, I'm getting the bear. Yeah, if you remind me, I can show you, Thomas, in the post game, because it's like a message in game. Like, it's still there. It said expires in like 3 months or some shit. Uh-oh. Weird. Jen Russian. Hey, let's go. Exactly why. That's why I always joke about if and when weed gets federally legalized, the first thing I'd be doing is hitting people up for sponsors. Could you fucking imagine? That'd be a dream come true. You're like, hey guys, so Budmeister sent me this perfect triangle to try out. You like take a little nug out and you're like, smells delicious. You like this, right? Oh fuck. We're sitting here like this. See this bud? Smells sweet, almost like Starburst. I'm gonna go give it a try and let you guys know, and it'd be just like how I always go smoke. Come back just as stoned as I always do. And be like, oh my god, this shit's great. Use code TATER for 15% off 8s and up. But it has to be federally legal. Because even if there's 2 states next to each other and it's legal in both states, they cannot ship it across state lines because it's a federal law. And it's federal state lines, you know? Hey, Zach. Neither have I, actually. I mean, I have had this much, but not just in that one jar. I have more than that. I have 2 other jars the same exact... Well, this has more than those 2, technically. I got 4 ounces of this, and I got 3 ounces of the other 2. But they were just about to put a pretty hefty tax on weed in Michigan, so I went and bought as much as I could. As in, like, a private citizen, you can only buy, like, 10 ounces. You can't buy more than that. So that's what I bought. But I smoke like between 5 and 6 grams a week. I grind a gram a day during the week, and that's why I got 4, 3, and 3. So I grind 0.3 of my sativa, and that's like a first pinch of the day is like the first smoke. I usually smoke 5 times a day. And then I mix that in with the previous day's mixed greens of the sativa and my hybrid. This is the hybrid, actually. The sativa is my sativa, actually. And this is my indica. But I grind 0.4 of the hybrid, and I mix that with the .3, the leftover of the .3, because I just take a little pinch out of the sativa. And that's the next 2 smokes. And then the 4th smoke of the day is like half of that mix and half, a little bit more of this. Oh, shit. Well, they do have a hook underneath. It's gonna be like over there, right? Or is there a basement? It is basement. This killer already won the game to me. I know it's a hot take, but if the killer's playing nice, and if they get everybody hooked once in order, or if they get 5 hooks, because we all have those games where somebody's hiding, you know? That's why I say 5 hooks. They got 5 hooks. They don't have a kill yet. I'm like, yeah, they already won the game. This is just my opinion. I know it's a hot take, but... No, dude. They might get left on hook. They're gonna get left on hook. I'm sorry, main. This is not gonna count as a game. You can play another one if you want. Oh shit! I will not make this. Yes, I do because auto aim. I mean skill. I earned this extraness. Oh, big goofy turnaround. I won't make it to this now. Damn it. Hey! He had haste. Let's go. I don't think I would have made it even without the haste, though, because big goofy turnaround. I was trying to make it to the Z wall. But even without the haste, I don't think I would have made it because of that big goofy turnaround. Big Sag. I know, Dapier is going to get another one. The reason I didn't just go and try to get them off is I wasn't sure if I would even be able to trade. Just as I took a hit from all the way up there, we would have both had to run down the stairs. All the way down the stairs, and I wasn't sure if I was going to even be able to get them off. I was not paying attention to where these doors are.
Hope that hook isn't rusted.
Once again, I'm a dumbass. I'm sorry, Dapier. I love Moris where they have a continuous stream like that. Someone, I can't unthink this, but somebody said Pinhead is the scariest Mori because it's the only Mori where the survivor is still alive. And I was like, I forgot about that. You know how they could just get sucked down? I was like, that's pretty terrifying. This is the other one here. I see. So we split. Whichever one ends up getting chased first runs towards the other gate. A good point. We don't see Dredge kill you, but they just stabbed you a bunch of times in the back, so I'm assuming you're going to die. Oh yeah, we can't take a hit because of Noed. What? Where'd the green thing go? There's Noed. I was hoping I could see the Noed. You think Noed's over there? Because he went that way. Oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck, oh fuck. We were not in communications. I should have been paying attention. This is bad. Why can't I see his aura? He can see my aura. The fucking prick is that? Alright. He's out of his power now. Now I can just run there, I'm assuming. Damn, I didn't make it out anyway. I forgot about the fucking thing. Dude, that sucks. We're on communicate. You see what I mean by communications does so much?
It's always night here.
Because we're on communicate. It's still a skill issue on my thing, obviously, because I wasn't looking to see they were missing the skill checks. I could have just left as I saw them missing the skill checks. But I'm like out in the middle of nowhere and they're on the hook, and I'm just like, fuck, dude, I was trying to see if I could get them off the hook. Now we're in the middle of nowhere. That's what I mean by communications. So people don't even realize how much help you get by being on communications. Because like I said, I could have looked at the screen, but even without looking at the screen on communications, it's like, I'm just giving up on hook. And it's like, wait, you know? And it's supposed to be like, we're not sweating that hard. And it's like, it doesn't matter. You get like 25 perks for free on top of extra shit. Like, that's not even a perk that could do that. Shows the survivor with late chase time how often. Because he looked like he saw my aura by walking in the exit gate. Because I was like, why am I seeing his aura? He even lost the 50-50 and everything. Oh, because they died on a hook? Is that why? No, it wasn't. Does he have to go in the exit gate to set that off? That's what we're saying. There's got to be a perk where they're in the exit gate, because I walked in the exit gate and it showed me their aura. How often does it activate, or is it just in the post game? Or not post game, you know what I mean? God, I'm still frustrated at the no comms thing. It's not like comms help. It's just like the amount of shit that Swifts get for free is nuts. It makes me annoyed. Pre-annoyed, because when I play killer, I'm like, you guys don't even fucking know how much you get for free. Bamboozle's the one I brought up earlier. Because you might potentially get like 4 free hits on a survivor if they're all solo queues, because they don't know you have Bamboozle yet. But if you're playing, and there's no perk in the game that'll do this, but if you're on a 4-stack, the very second a single survivor sees it's Bamboozle, they all know it's Bamboozle now. And you can kind of sucker them into it. Because I got lucky earlier on where I saw him chasing another survivor, and when he vaulted, I went to look if it was Bamboozle, and it was. So then later on, he's like, hey, the survivor might not know it's Bamboozle yet. But I knew he was going to vault because I already knew, obviously.
Okay.
Oh, it activates 30 or
Let's try to
60
stick
seconds. Happy hour. Yeah, I know they changed Deerstalker. It used to be the slugging perk. That's why they changed it. Now it's funny, because now if you slug, you can't even find your slugs. Now they end up getting crawling on the ground longer than before Deerstalker. Which is pretty funny. It's also, I know this goes without saying, but that's also why Trapper sucks too. The second a single survivor knows where the trap is, the whole team knows where that trap is now. There's no perk in the game that'll do that for you. That's what I mean by they get like 25 perks for free on top of other things that perks can't give you. Uh-oh, I'm not far enough in front. I have to play the front window. Does he have bamboozle? I'm gonna go this way just in case. Because we don't know yet. Did I make it far enough? Oh, this is not the tile I thought it was. Did you make it? Yeah, this is a safer window than normal. What? How did I not get that activated? I'm gonna go this way. I think somebody. I usually go this way. Oh, and I fucking suck. Doesn't it suck to suck? Alright, just stand here. Use your bottle. And big if you turn around. Yes. Yeah, let's do blood. Oh, good shit. Oh, god, shit. I keep expecting. Dude, I'm about to accidentally end up pressing the thing. Damn it. I end up pressing the back button. I actually need to send that in the DVD creator thing. That's what I thought. I was like, I feel like he's had me a few times. I think he was trying to do the thing. I do the same thing with Clown because I don't almost never play Clown. I had way more hours playing Clown before he got changed, where he even had the piss bottles. Back when he was only purple. Oh, that was another video. We were talking about Epidemi. Epidemi edited that one for me too, because that was before I knew how to edit videos. And it was like my first game ever playing as Clown, and we played against some people that were also live. And there was a hilarious match from both point of views. And Epi turned it into a video.
You saved my life.
That shit was hilarious. Those survivors were hilarious. Oh my god, he turned around and went this way. Run this way. I'll make this as a melee. Don't melee until now. And you gotta do the other way. Damn it. Go double back. Damn it. What the fuck? I didn't even mean a slow exit. I meant to fast exit. Didn't work. I skill shoot it. Buy the favorite Dwight outfit. The only reason I'm not going to is until at least the second round of cells. I don't know how often we're going to get the cells, and they did really encourage us to get like new. It's not mandatory. It was just highly encouraged. Like, there's those 3 new outfits that came out today. Yesterday. I probably just will get that Plague one. That Plague one's awesome. But I'm not going to be playing Plague though. At least not on Wednesday. But this the thing is, I don't want to like get all 3 of these and then get all 3 of the next ones because I'm getting and then all of a sudden I'm like, oh fuck, I only get these once a year. Like, I don't know how often I get them. That is the only thing about it. Sort of, yes, with upcoming guides. Not map-wise, although I do plan on doing a bunch of short single-tile guides as well after these 2 slightly longer videos I'm working on. But I can't actually record those until the newest update is Nintendo Switch compatible because I always stand AFK on Nintendo Switch while I run through the map on PC. But I can't do that right now. That's actually why I kind of like this challenge right here. Because it's like, you want to be a content creator, create the content, right? So that's actually why this that last video I put out like 2 days ago, I was loaded in the lobby, but I wasn't like playing the game. But it didn't really need me to be playing the game, that one. And that's basically what I'm going to be doing until that Nintendo Switch update. There's like a lot of funny videos I have that I can do. Shorts too. I'm gonna be putting out a short like every fucking day, but well, every other day. I was gonna do like a short, then a single tile video, then a short, then a single tile video. That was the goal. But I have 7.5 hours already edited down with full endgame build, I'm assuming. And that's against Nurse, because none of the pathing guides actually do anything against Nurse, obviously. And I didn't realize a lot of people think Nurse is genuinely OP and has no counterplay. And Nurse is literally my favorite killer to play against. And this is a hot take, but I 100% believe this. I think Nurse is the most balanced killer in the entire game. And I'm going to stand on business with that. That's why I'm making the... So I had like 200 matches played against Nurse. I have more than that, obviously, but like I started recording every single game I played like 2.5-ish years ago. Like when I started making the looping guides, that's when I was like, fuck, I'll just, you know, highlight. I used to just highlight, but now you have to highlight and download because there's a cap space. They put a cap on highlight. I can't find the totem. Hey, she found it. Let's go. I'm going to open this one too, just in case. But that's the thing. It's not just going to be a hot take. Or it is a hot take, but it's not for the purpose of having a hot take. It's like, I do believe this. And here's 200 matches worth of Nurse games. So the only argument I really leave open with Nurse is like, what if they win every 50-50 and they hit every single blank, you know? Because what Nurse, what I mean by most balanced is like this rock and like this shit here is completely useless against every killer in the game. Except Nurse. Right? Because Nurse has to hit a blink, so an object even just that size... It is Blood Warden, okay. Nurse has to blink the correct side of it. So even if you're like far past it and then you cut back to this and then you juke this way and go back this way and Nurse blinks to the wrong side, like they have to blink on the right side and hit you. They can't just M1 you there. Yep. But that's why I think Nurse is the most balanced killer in the game, is because like it actually, everything you look at can be used against Nurse. And like the whole argument is, well, what if they win at the 50-50 every time and hit their blink every time? And my counter argument to that is, well, I have 200 Nurse games. It was 201 actually. No, it actually is 200 because one of them, the game was somebody, and one or two of the games the Nurse was memeing, so it's really like 198 or something like that. But one of the Nurse games that was labeled as Nurse match, well, it wasn't labeled as Nurse, just in the thing, was sad because they were playing like Legion or something. And they rage quit, and then the post-game lobby, they were like, nope, going back to Nurse. And I like put that in the, when I labeled the match. I was like, they said they were going back to Nurse Sag. Oh, they're in controller, good shit. But, of those games, we call like a perfect Nurse, right? And this is my counter argument to when they say, what if they win every 50-50? Okay. So out of all of them, and I can't obviously see the other fires, so I can only judge on my chases with Nurse. And of those 200 matches, I didn't see a single perfect Nurse. The only ones that were perfect were like the only interaction I had with the Nurse was like unhooking and trading for the hook, you know what I mean? I'm like, technically they didn't miss a blink, right? And I'm like, and I'm still putting those as examples, being like, these are the perfect Nurses I ran into. And there was like 2 or 3 other Nurses where they like messed up one blink the whole match. You know what I mean? And what I mean by like judging them, because you have to be harsh when we talk, because if you want to say like if they hit every single blink like a bot, because I did play against one Nurse bot in the 2v8 and that was the only perfect Nurse I played against, right? Because they're programmed not to miss. And some of the hits looked like wonky as fuck. Like they weren't even like facing the direction. It was like, what the fuck was that? But that's the thing, is like the counter argument that mine is like, okay, let's see how often that actually happens, right? Of Nurse actually like hitting every single blank. And it was funny because two of those nurses, I think it was only like 3, but maybe it was only those 2. But they were already, after I was editing down looking for perfect nurses and hadn't seen if I'd seen any yet. And it wasn't until like the last chase of the game. They had like Slug for the 4K too, and they missed a blink, and I was teabagging like, haha, you ain't perfect. Talking trash is fun, and we're getting annihilated, you know what I mean? They don't give a shit. But it was funny because one of the nurses came in after. We were having fun with them after this, right? Because they came in, because obviously they were a great nurse, and I'm like, yeah, you only missed one blink the whole fucking time. But he was like, I won't miss next time, or some shit. It was fun. All right, so we got Vons, Jared. Wait, is Jared James 420? Is that wait, or did Drunk Nihilism play last game? Oh, Jared James played last game. I see. So let me catch this up. So BF is going to be first in line for next game. Yeah, I looked on this thing right here and it said Jared James has left the party, and I was like, ah, he just played. Okay. I don't like look at the, or even the Survivor I'm playing a lot of time. I just don't even know. He went to Jared. Those commercials still exist? Or is this like the Uncage that we even know these commercials? There's so many running commercials. What's the Limu Emu? Those are the dumbest commercials I've ever seen. And then they had that one amazing commercial. And it made it like one of the most memorable commercials I've ever seen, just because it was like, wow. Because it was like a double entendre type of joke, like the joke within the joke. And it was the one where the dad somehow has a human dad, right? And they're like, you'll never be successful. And they like, he's running away from home, and they're like, you're just a flightless bird. And then they're like, all of a sudden, you see the dad sitting there like in his rocking chair, and you hear the Limu Emu commercial come on, like from his TV. And he looks and he sees the emu on commercial, and he's like, by God, he finally did it. And like the joke within the joke is like, they finally did it. They finally made a good commercial. I was like, dude, this is fucking hilarious. Holy shit. But it was the same thing. Like, holy shit, they pulled it off. Like, saying the exact same thing that this guy's saying in the commercial. Like, dude, that is fucking hilarious. And then went right back to making shit commercials. Every other one after that, I don't even like remember. It's just like, what is going on here? I remember Progressive always having great commercials. They have like a bunch of different lines on Progressive too. They got like Flo and the whole crew that's with Flo. They got the like don't turn into your parents ones. It's Progressive car insurance, right? Limu, Emu, yeah, and Doug. The only other time on any of those commercials I thought were even this remotely funny was that one. It's recently. I've been seeing it during football games, where it was they land on the football field with the parachute, and they're like the emu's not wearing pants, and then they blur out the bottom part of the emu because technically he's not wearing pants, and that's what I mean. I was like, these commercials are dumb as fuck, but at the same time I'm like, all right, that's at least kind of funny.
Your days are numbered.
Now they got Taco Bell endorsing Tom Brady and shit. And Tom Brady doesn't even eat Taco Bell. He's like a vegetarian or a vegan or something. He's like, I don't gotta eat it to get endorsed by it. But that's the dream, right? That's what we were joking earlier about getting endorsed by a big weed company. I started saying Budmeister instead of Budweiser. Because when you think of like big beer company, the first one comes to mind, at least for me, is Budweiser. Well, that wasn't my favorite if I was gonna... I mean, I liked cocktails more than beer when I drank anyway, but... Yay. Speaking of which, we were just talking about Nurse. And Nurses... Also, Dresden was here! I'm sorry, Dresden. Dresden's fucking amazing. I thought he was gonna break that door. I guess what would be the point? Crouch juke works. I don't know if I have enough distance. Holding W. Luckily with this killer, edge mapping actually works. Kind of like same with Nurse. Oh shit. Run, Vons, I'm sorry. Here comes a Z-wall. Damn it. Dude, that was the last fucking second I could throw that. Haha, but why would we? I don't know if I make it all the way to here though. Read that one too. Nah, I didn't respect that one. Damn. Damn it. Dude, that sucks. It's like when you get hit the very last second with the Oni power. Or Myers exposed thing. God damn it. That was the very last second. Still expecting my PC to crash. I have to mentally remind myself every time so it's not like that. I mean, it's still a disappointment, but... It might even not crash for days, because in the middle of this crashing, we had 2 days where it didn't crash. I was like, hey, problem's fixed. No, it was not fixed. The good thing is if it crashes today, and when, there's no Pistons game, so I can go later. But tomorrow and oh my god, see it froze right there for a second. That's what I mean by like my heart stopped for a second. Oh yeah, so like when we were talking about Nurse and how strong Nurse is and balanced, that's the funny thing, because technically this killer is capable of more damage output than Nurse's, but the likelihood of that happening is like way lower than Nurse's. So it's like when you talk about Nurse and what makes her strong, right? And what makes her uncounterable if she hits every single hit, and that almost never happens, right? So technically, if we're looking at Nurse's actual like kill rate, I know Nurse has a really low kill rate, because when you first start playing Nurse, since you can't just give up an M1, like, you actually have to hit your blink. As opposed to like Blight or Billy, maybe. Billy, you don't even have to curve. You can just use your saw to go all the way across the map and then M1 people, and then use the saw for high mobility. And then a free down every now and then when somebody just like runs into your saw. We've all done that. You don't know which way it's coming from, and you're just running, and all of a sudden, pow, right in the face. But technically, doesn't that mean Nurse is really weak? But that's why I have no idea where to place this killer. Because technically, this killer can make hits that Nurse makes, but also hit 2 survivors at the same time. But the odds of that happening are so low. And specifically, the thing that could make him stronger than Nurse, if it worked every time, was the predicting with the floor movement thing that he was doing. If you predicted that correct every single time, like, this is what I mean by this would be stronger than Nurse. But what are the odds of that even happening? It's like the riskiness of Nurse, but on steroids, you know? So I have no idea where to place this killer. I'm like, technically they're stronger than Nurse, maybe? But they're pretty much never going to perform that way. But same with like Pyramid Head, right? People put Pyramid Head as high as A tier sometimes. And it's like, why? It's like, because if you hit every single prediction shot through walls and shit, he's super strong. It's like, what are the odds of that ever happening? You know, like... Especially with elevation, that's the worst. Killers like Pyramid Head is what pisses me off when I'm playing against the first Vecna. Not this first Vecna, the Dungeon of Dragons, that's funny. I'm still calling this the second Vecna. But when you're at like a slight uphill so you can't duck underneath the skulls, that always pisses me off, not because it's like overpowered. It's just like the killers like Pyramid Head or Doctor or Nemesis, or even Artist to a certain degree, like just get fucked over by the slightest changes in elevation. And that's what makes me annoyed. When you get hit by the skulls, you're like, all my other killers are mad now. Not all mine, but you know. Like when you remember immediately all those times you're playing Pyramid Head and there was just the teeniest little elevation, so your hit didn't count, and it's just like... That's what comes to mind the second you get hit by a skull you can't duck. It's like, man, my Pyramid Head is jealous. Oh my god, is he right there? Okay. To make the second Vecna call the first. Yeah, he got me there.
Got nothing to worry about. I got you.
Miss DS. When you miss it, it deactivates for the game, right? Edge, the killer. Oh, here's another one. He knows I know no. Yeah, if you could fully get rid of World Breaker, it would be way too... Once again, Swifts would just be, like, way too incredibly strong. He'd be, like, useless. I actually think he's perfectly balanced. Might be a hot take, but... That's what's funny. Because when I was first thinking, I'm like, technically this guy could be stronger than Nurse. It's like, but that's never going to happen, really. Realistically, like, there's going to be games where they hit every single thing, every single prediction, and every single time they came out of the ground. Like, those games are going to exist amongst the millions of players, you know, but at the same time, just because it can happen one time out of a million doesn't mean that, you know. It's like in basketball, like, why don't you just take full court shots all the time? That'd be, like, impossible to defend. It's like, because you can barely hit those. It's like, yeah, but if you're making those, they'd have to defend you all the way out there. And it's like, yeah, but this, like, never happens. That's what I mean by... It's hard to gauge how strong this killer is. For me, at least. I am at odds. Because I used to think Nurse is stronger than Blight, but Blight performs more consistently. Is what I used to think. But now I'm rethinking when I think of strong, and I'm like, maybe I do think Blight is stronger. Because of my counter argument against this killer being weaker than Nurse is consistency, it's like... Okay, then does that make Blight just outright stronger than Nurse? It's like, The other thing, too, is Nurse can do well on indoor maps with a aura reading build, whereas I feel like Blight can't really do that well on indoor maps. But once again, consistency, right? That was Blight's biggest weakness. This killer looks like a lot of fun to play as, though. Just take a bunch of pot shots. I'm probably going to love playing this killer. What? I'll make fun of people. I make fun of shit, too. It's fun, too. It's trash talk. But I don't think that makes him any type of different player. I will say, though, I do absolutely hate Ghoul. I am biased. I'll always hate Ghoul, too. No matter what they do, unless there's no bugs in DBD, I will always hate Ghoul. It's the only killer in the whole game that makes me want to, like, go next when I hear the tear radius. I don't, especially not in solo queue. I don't ever go next in solo queue, but we've been starting to go next in open lobbies in certain scenarios, and I've been way too pushing it. We loaded in Ghoul. I'm like, hey, do you guys want to go next? You want to go next? You want to go next? I remember last time we got a Ghoul, I was saying that, and they walked up to me and shook their head no, and I was like, fine. But if you got a solo queue, you don't want to fuck your solo queue teammates over. You already have it enough being in solo queue. They might only have time for that one game, you know? But if we're doing open lobbies and someone waited for their turn, that's when I'm like, hey, you want to go next and not count this as your turn? But people didn't play back. I mean, most of us did. But if anybody here didn't play when Ghoul came out, Ghoul was the first time they announced there was going to be no new DLC. They were only going to only be having a health patch where they were not going to have any new DLC. And so I was so looking forward to that, more than any other DLC so far. It was like, hey. And then the day Ghoul, the P2B came out, we were all like waiting like to see what bugs got fixed, and it was like, just kidding, there's actually a new killer out instead. And before I even knew the killer's name, before I knew anything about the killer, I was like, fuck that killer, I hate this killer. That's what I mean by no matter what, I'm always gonna hate Ghoul. I'll always be biased. Nothing about the actual killer itself. I mean, I do hate playing against the killer, but I know for a fact I'm biased, so it's one of those, like, I can't see past my bias. So I don't know how much this would actually bother me if it wasn't for that specific thing. They did 2 hex totems twice. Alright, they're all gone now. I wonder if that counts as holing the killer, though. What if they're already in the hole? They are one with the hole. But that attack right there is going to be the biggest thing that plays into how consistent they are. Because it's like, if they guess right, I mean, with like the nurse thing, if they guess right every single time, it's OP, and it's like, but this is what I mean by it's like the nurse odds, but on steroids, because it's like, what are the odds of that ever happening? Where they literally hit the ground attack every single time. It's like never going to happen. I'm sure it'll happen in some games, you know, but those are the type of games that get posted to YouTube. Holy shit, I hit it every single, you know. I'm in a terrible spot, actually. Bonds is gonna finish that, and then I can open this.
I have prepared.
I cannot body block, obviously. Yeah, calling him a Henry. That's what I should be labeling it as. Or should I just leave in case they get hatched, I suppose? I've been labeling them in the games V2CNA. I think the first 2 games I played against, the first day he was out. I think my PC, that was the first day my PC was crashing, or second day. My PC crashed a few times, so I didn't get to play that many games. And there was a Pistons game. I think it was both. And I think I named him Vegas or something. Something like that. I was like, Vegas. And I was like, nah, not Vegas. That was good Chad Vecna, though. Oh, 12 hooks, basically. Yeah, good Chad Vecna. Na 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 na. They knew the vids. That's cool because I didn't see that yet. I was already writing Giga Chad. I didn't write Giga Chad because he told me he liked the vids. I actually was already, though. When you see a killer playing nice, I would try to write Giga Chad on them, especially if they were going to win. Or they won in my book, you know? Hey, JC. That's whatever you want me to play. I'm going to smoke after this game. Oh, so I showed peeps on Friday, last Friday. I have my bull down here, right? Yes, I do. Okay. So remember when I say I have leftover? Well, this is not my leftover yet, but this is accumulate. This is going to be the next bowl and a half. So I'm going to obviously have even more leftover. But this is how much I got in that grinder, right? And that's going to be like a bowl and a half's worth, essentially, because that's like piled in the corner. Or in the half, I should say. Because I could spread that out where it covers like the whole bottom. Might be able to not even see any green on the bottom, but right. That's what I mean by I could spread it out and it would cover that whole bottom, right? That's why I just had it in the one corner. But that's only going to be another bowl and a half. Not that much, but I'm going to have like probably around 0.6-ish left over. Because I grind a gram every day. But, no, probably like 0.5-ish, I suppose. I grind a gram every day, or grind a gram every day, but I never smoke a whole gram. And then when I get to Saturday, I don't grind any. And then usually on Sunday, I still have like a bowl or two left in this, and then I smoke some of my older weed. All right, so we got BF and JC. Oh yeah, Zerk has to get in too. Zerk meant to press next, but they were still in the queue because there was other people on the thing, so I couldn't type exclamation next. And then I also have plug nugs. And I always make sure I have extra plug nugs. So when I get to Friday, I have 10 plug nugs left over. And I weighed the plug nugs out. And there was like, between the 10 plug nugs, it was like 0.15. So that's what I mean by, that also goes into what I mean by I grind a gram a day, but I don't smoke a gram. By the end of the week, I had 0.15 just in plug nugs. Sorry, I should have readied up. Wait, who do I need to play? Who does JC want me to play? Yeah, 0.75, that's probably around where I smoke too. I probably actually smoked like more like 0.8. Eddie, hell yeah. Oh yeah, wait, this is the reason I have Eddie. We were talking about this earlier, because this. It sells gifts to partners, and it was just like... That's in Dustin, right?
This isn't the upside down.
Yeah, here we go. Dream Theater.
You'll be fine, Harrington.
I'm sorry, BF. In the shadows still, yep.
You'll be fine, Harrington.
The first time I went to a dispensary, oh my god. So I'm going to the dispensary, I'm all excited. I'm like, I'm gonna feel like a kid in a candy store going to this dispensary. And then like, so you give them their ID and then you go back into the back area. Or not, you know what I mean by back area. You go past where the bud tenders are. And I walk in and I see this guy that's like walking around, but he was a customer too. He's just waiting for the next bud tender. Tricks No Mercy, thanks for the follow, mate. I appreciate it. And he's just looking around, and I thought I was excited, right? And I look at this guy, and I'm like, I was like, man, this guy looks like a kid in a candy store. I was like, I thought I was gonna be excited, and then I'm like thinking in my head, and I'm like, because this guy looked like he was like 55-ish, I'd want to say. And in my head, I'm like, man, but he's been buying the shadows like his whole life. And, you know, I'm like, he's definitely going to feel like a kid in a candy store. And then he comes up to me. He goes, I feel like a kid in a candy store. I could tell. Oh, my God. He was way more valid for that than me. Now it's like funny because prices and shit. Like the weed that I get here is nowhere near the most expensive weed they have. But even this would have passed for like street level cron. It wouldn't be top shelf, but if I spent like 20 bucks, because that's what it used to be, like 20 bucks for a gram, or like 50 for an eighth. This was New York City prices at least. It was cheaper in Michigan back then too, before it was legal. But I remember I got a top shelf, one of the stankiest bud I ever got in New York City. The stinkiest bud I ever got in Michigan before it was legal was 125. No, it was 200 for a half ounce, and 125 for a quarter is what it was. And but the best half ounce I ever got in New York City was 400 for that half ounce. Oh my god. And that story too, holy shit, that was fucking hilarious. That was pure sour D. Speaking of sour D, because I had somebody that was super pissed in the dispensary this weekend, yelling at me about how we don't have just straight up sour D. But this was 400 for top shelf was a half ounce. Yeah, this was New York City back in 2017, I want to say. Somewhere in there.
If I'm missing Hawkins.
The years between like 2015 and like no, it was 2014 and like 2020 before I got sober are all kind of a blur. Not like a blur, like I have a bunch of memories, but when it comes to like what fucking year was that, and then I'm like, where was I working? You know, I was like, no, I think I was still a server then. Oh my god, though. So, this guy was on the Upper West Side. Oh, this guy was hilarious too. But so I get on the 1 train, which is the local train, and this is when I worked in Chelsea. I was on 14th or 14th Street was the stop, but I worked on 17th and 7th. The place called Cafeteria, which is funny. That might be the fanciest place I worked. And it's a place called Cafeteria. It sounds the opposite of fancy, but it might actually be the fanciest place I ever worked. But it was stanky because it was sour D, and that shit was fucking stanky. Yeah, but it's but here's the thing. New York City is expensive as fuck. Like, back when McDonald's had a dollar menu, there was no dollar menu in the Times Square McDonald's because people would always come yell at,
Oh my god, I was not paying attention at all.
that scared the fuck out of me. But there was no dollar menu in Times Square, and the thing is, even on those commercials, like, you would see, like, stuff for the dollar menu. It'd be like the snack wraps. Well, I don't know if snack wraps are ever on the dollar menu, but stuff like that, right? And whenever at the bottom of it, it would say, like, you'd see all that white print, but you always ignore the white print because you're like, who's reading all that? But if you look at the white print, it would be like, except Alaska, Hawaii, and Times Square. It would always say Times Square specifically. There's a big, cool McDonald's in Times Square that's 2 stories and it has a window up top that you can see into Times Square. It's pretty cool. And it's like New York themed. Like, it is a pretty cool, it's funny to say it's a cool McDonald's, but it's definitely not a typical McDonald's, you know? And everything in Times Square specifically is like, you got to think of Times Square as like airport prices, but even more expensive, or stadium prices, but even slightly more expensive than stadium prices. Like if you go to a football or basketball game and stuff and you want to get like a beer, you know, it's like $10 for like a Budweiser and a can. You know what I mean? Like, this is Times Square basically. And that's the thing though, was all of New York City is expensive. Times Square is way more expensive than the rest of the city. That's why there's no point in going into Times Square unless you work there, and then you work there, you can get hookups, so then you can hang out in Times Square for free and have a good time. That's why I like working in Times Square. A lot of people even didn't like working in Times Square just to go around the tourists all the time, or just serving tourists in general. Or I always thought tourists were fun. I was like, they're just having a good time being in Times Square. I was like, I'm basically a tourist. That's what it felt like. I loved working in Times Square. No. But yeah, so you could get cheaper weed than this. I just wanted to get top shelf weed, right? Because you can still get, like, even in Michigan right now, like, these ounces were $70 an ounce. That's what I mean by it. It's fucking really high quality specifically for the price nowadays, but it's legal now. That's why it's easier. But, like, if I wanted to get a normal half ounce from him that was still chronic, it would probably been like $200, I'd say, for a half ounce. But that was one of the times where I was like, I want some top shelf bud. Because you never get that because it's too expensive. And what I mean by you'll still get weed that expensive, but it looks like it's been snowed on by Keef. Like, that's what I mean by, like, they basically, like, pour Keef on there. And then charge more for it to be top shelf. Fuck, I don't know where they were hooked at. This is bad. Oh, nice. He is coming this way. Trying to find that totem. So I got this half ounce of sour D, and this shit was stanky as fuck. And it was just like in one single Ziploc, like just not even like. I remember him telling me, he's like, "Be careful, that's just stanky," and I was just like, "Yeah, I can smell it already." And then so I get on the 1 train, and that's just low because it was on the Upper West Side, and the 1 train also goes to 168 and makes a stop on 72nd. So I jump on the 1 train that's local because the 2 and the 3 is express, but it doesn't go up to Washington Heights. And I'm on the 1 train, and specifically the funniest is when we got to 125th, because 125th on the 1 train is on like an outdoor station, and like we're sitting there, and it was so stanky when I got on the train, like people were looking around, like because you can't like immediately tell who it is, but even like when we're getting to next stops, people would come on the train, and almost every person that came on the train had the look on their face of like, what idiot on this train has like an open garbage bag full of weed? Like this is how stanky. You know, it was just like. And so I'm sitting there like I kind of think it's funny the whole time until we get to 125th, because then all of a sudden like 6 cops come on the train, and like even they like were looking at each other like. The thing is like the law is they can't like just randomly search people. Police aren't at least allowed to. There's like randomly search people unless you're suspected of committing a crime. And what is they going to search every single person on the train because the train smells like weed? You know what I mean? They can't do that. So like, so they're just like sitting there. Well, I'll never forget the look on their faces because I was about to like shit myself. I'm just like, oh my god, this is stop and frisk, and that's why stop and frisk caused a lot of issues because it was like, is this even legal? Specifically, it did cause a lot of issues. I'm not like too. It's not even like I'm not too big on politics. They're 100% important, but I just don't know enough, and that's the thing. But I did know about that. I heard all about stop and frisk, specifically about the legality of it and whether it was or not. Same with undercover police in general, actually. I always heard about that, whether undercover police are legal or not, because it makes it easier for people to impersonate police officers. That's why they're supposed to show you their badge and shit like that. Oh, shit, oh, shit, oh, shit, oh, shit. It's not even really for the police identifying themselves. It's more for people pretending to be police, and then, you know, that's really why you need that. But that's why I like undercovers. You need undercovers too, obviously, but at the same time, it's like, this isn't really legal, though, you know? But, I mean, that's neither here nor there, I suppose. Double back. Did he? Yay. Well, I got the dead on hook. And I staggered because I'm a dumbass. No! Oh my god. Even bigger dumbass. I should have been looking backwards when I was doing that. I thought I'd go around this way. Going around this way pushes us the exact way we want to get pushed. So the funniest thing, I'm like, this is one of the most New York moments I ever had. I fucking love New York, obviously, but so we're sitting there, and they get off on the next stop, which is 135, and I'm just sitting there, right, like having the biggest panic attack I've ever had. And then they get off the train, and the second the doors closed and we started moving, so I knew we were good, I was just like, oh my god! I said it just like that, and the 2 people across from me were like, is it you? Like, they didn't even have to ask me, like, what's going on? They didn't, like, everybody knew someone on that train had this stankiest bag of weed. But that's what was funny, is I didn't have to explain anything. I was just like, oh my god. And the 2 people across from me were like, is it you? And I'm like, yes. I was like, I was gonna have a fucking heart attack. I was like, why are 6 cops coming on the train for no reason? Uh-oh. Oh yeah, I didn't get to get that thing. That thingy. But the whole train basically had a laugh about that after the cops left. And that's what I mean by it's like one of my favorite New York moments. That shit was hilarious. And then we were all laughing at the next 2 stops whenever somebody else would come on and be like... And so I was like, man, I love New York, man. That shit was great. One of the most New York things, speaking of which, that was like, after moving away from New York, I saw this movie. And I was like, dude, this is one of the most New York things I've ever seen in a movie. If anyone's seen Dog Day Afternoon with Al Pacino, and the guy that plays Fredo, I can't remember his name right now. Dude, I don't know where my dumbass. He was over here, right? Fuck! I'll be running around the map looking for where they got hooked. They're gonna die on the hook once again because I'm stupid again. Yeah, they're gonna die in hook, bro. And that's 100% my fault because I should have been looking. Yeah, they're not here. I'm sorry, Bill Murray. It's just me. I'm terrible. It's Ed Shack. I'm sorry, dude. And you were Ed Shack. I should have ran that way. Did I fucking suck? I'm so sorry. I almost forgot to look this way too. 2 seconds later, I almost forgot to look again. Aw. Oh, his pal's down. Whoops-a-daisy. Run a little wide on the... Ooh, can we make this, actually? This is one of those ones you gotta run a little wide on. Just a little bit wide. Remind myself. Not enough. Damn it. Not even comms. I should have just been paying attention when they got hooked. That was 100% a skill issue. Yes, comms, though, just like earlier. Comms solves that issue. They get that for free anyway. But that's such a feels bad. Same with the one earlier. Something happened earlier where I was like, comms would have fixed this, but I still fucked this up. But comms would have fixed this, but I still fucked it up. Oh, yeah. So the most New York City thing I've seen, it might be the most New York City thing I've seen in a movie. Well, also, the other thing that is not like, I don't know if this has happened, but in that Birdman scene when he gets locked out of the theater and he has to walk through Times Square in his underwear, and people are like stopping him for his autograph because they recognize him as playing the Birdman from, oh my, I love that movie. But that shit, after working in Times Square, I'm just like, that's fucking hilarious. Holy shit. But that's not the most New York thing I've ever seen. The most New York thing where I was like 100% this is how it went, because I think it's based on a true story, Dog Day Afternoon. Was this guy is holding up a bank because they don't have money for his partner to have a sex change. And they're literally holding up the bank for this. But what I mean by it's the most New York City thing I've ever seen. Giga check. And I was like, man, if I was on my day off and I heard this, I'd be out there doing the exact same shit. So a crowd, like, because the police have the block shut down, and this is based on a true story, but the police have like it on lockdown because there's a holdup at the bank and they're trying to get money, obviously. But there's a crowd that's forming because news gets out that they're like that the bank's being held up and it's by somebody that is trying to get money for his partner to have a sex change. So people start like gathering right at the barrier so they can like get a glimpse. And like when he like goes out there for a second, like to peek, and everybody out there starts cheering for him. They're like, yeah. And I'm like, dude, this is like the most New York City thing I've ever seen. Because I'm just picturing, like, if I had my day off and I'm like walking up to the smoke shop to get like some cigarettes. I used to smoke cigarettes. I don't smoke cigarettes anymore. But like, I'm just picturing like walking up, and there's a Citibank up there. I lived on 171 in Fort Washington, and I'd walk up, and in between 171 and 172 on Broadway, there was a little smoke shop, and that's where I go to get my cigarettes. And like, I'm just picturing if the Citibank was being held up and I was told somebody's holding up because they're trying to get money for their partner to have a sex change, I'd be sitting there too. I'm like, I got nothing else to do. I'd be sitting there smoking a cigarette, like waiting. If I got a glimpse of the same shit, I'd be like, yeah. And that's what I mean. I'm like, this is like one of the most New York City things I've ever seen in any movie ever. That's a great movie too, by the way. But like, just everything about that, what a wild, like, you're like, the bank's being held up, why? You know what I mean? Like, everything about that, I'm like, okay, well, I have nothing to do today. I'll sit here and smoke and see what's going on, you know? God damn, that shit was awesome. All right, I do need to think, what should we watch? What should we watch? Oh, we haven't done the intro to Nostromo in a minute. Let's do the intro to Nostromo. Because I just posted this somewhere. Oh, it was in the DVD creator thing. Because a lot of people hate that map. And they're like, all people are getting is like Toba, Nostromo, and Endor maps. And I was like, well, Toba, there's a lot, or I have Toba guide too. But I saw more people complaining about Nostromo. And I was like, well, I do have a guide. And I posted, I was like, it's like 10 hours long, you know. But I was like, hey, since we were just posting that. Wait, Jared McCain got traded? The NBA trade deadline's coming up, so there's like a bunch. Oh, whoops, I didn't have this here. So I am going to make
also go follow your boy MLT.
I'm going to make a bunch of shorter versions of this guide as well, just pretty much like the beginning. That'll only be like 5 to 10 minutes long, basically, because since I already have Anthony Davis got traded again or traded to Washington. Because I knew he got traded to Washington. That was like an 8-player trade or whatever. So these are the long guides, the ones that are completely necessary. And what I mean by completely necessary is, like, obviously different killers work differently. And I have too many chapters here, like, because I went too specific with timestamps, where it's too many and they don't fit here. That's why I have less specific timestamps here, where it's like back tank. But this is like the walkthrough and examples. The examples is most of it. Yeah, I traded to Washington. Yep. But the examples here, I need to be more specific, right? So these are all go by tile. Obviously, and then it goes from, like, you know, filler tile to jungle gyms to the big things that spawn every single time, you know, into the main building to all around chases, stuff like that. So, like, main building right here, it says examples. These are all examples, but, like, that's like 2 hours and 40 something minutes of just examples. So, like, that's why you need it more organized, but I can't actually have this many chapters. But I have, at the time, all 40 killers in the game. Now, I don't have Crossshoe, obviously, because Crossshoe's new, and I don't have the new killer because this was out before. Crossshoe had been out like a week when I finished this guide, and I did not play against Crossshoe in that week, so I didn't get any Crossshoe clips, obviously. And it's funny because when I said it was 40 of the 41 killers, everyone always expected it was twins. Nope, got a twins clip. But this is what I mean by it's very specific. So if you type in twins right here, the funny thing about this is this is on the main building chases. I didn't actually technically need to, like, I could have kicked Victor here, but kind of like earlier with Springtrap, you don't have chances to play against twins much on this map or in general. So we could have kicked him right here, right? But I was like, wait, I want to try the frost pipes on him really quick. I was on Deathlook too, should have just left, but I wanted to see if we could get the frost pipes on him, but he sets it off on me.
No, I wanted it to work on him. No.
Yeah, that was big Sag.
So let's talk about some.
So that's the thing too. So it was funny as well because of the main building, the main loop organized by killer, I have 39 of those 40 killers. The only one that I don't have listed here is Trickster, which I had Trickster chase at the here, which is the tank, and I had the Trickster somewhere in this tank. Where is it? You can try Control F. That makes it way easier. Yeah, Trickster right here, right? So you click here, immediately getting chased by Trickster at this back tank.
Or even people that I don't know, you know?
Right? So that's how it goes, but, like, if you type in Trickster, it's funny because that's the only one I was missing from the main building, but I put this chase because it was the one chase. Here's immediately in the main building, obviously, but I put this chase in all-around chase because it was, like, half main building, half elsewhere, and I didn't want to just double up on chase because the video was already long enough, you know? But that's what's funny is technically I had a Trickster chase at main building as well. It's just not underneath that. It's just in the other thing. And eventually I'll have a map or a guide like this on every single map. I have most of the maps a full guide where it goes over each tile. Although some of those maps have been changed a little bit since then, and I can just do single tile guides on those, like that main B on Chapel specifically. But yeah. That's why they need to be like this, and then I make shorter guides so you don't have to go looking through 10 hours for, like, just 1 or 2 loops on it. Then you can have the single tile guides, you know, like the tank. I need to make a tank single tile guide and have it be really short, and it'll have this exact example chase because it was the best one I had. But these are the videos I'm making on YouTube. Go sub on YouTube. Oops, wrong button. Yeah, the right button. Go sub on YouTube if you haven't already. This is the very beginning to my 10-hour Nostromo guide. Also, wait. Also, smoke them if you got them, and this is what I mean by don't smoke too much. 5 different smokes a day, but that's all I'm smoking. And don't forget to make fun of how stoned I look and play when I get back. Oh, please play. Please play.
There is nothing on any other map like these pipes here in Nostromo. They're basically like reusable party pallets where you can't pre-throw them or anything like that because they go off and the killer has to be in them to get hit and slowed down by them. You kind of have to camp them before they run up and then run past them to set them off. But they're extremely frustrating. There's nothing else like them in the game. That's one of the things that makes this map so awesome, is you run through this, the killer gets hit by it, and you can run somewhere else. And trust me, that is frustrating, specifically knowing that you can reset them. Now, that takes 60 seconds to reset them, and little funny fact is they reset both of them actually, but just knowing for the fact that you can run through something and get hit by it and then they can just keep recharging it is extremely frustrating if they know how to use it.
Anything to help the team. Oh, this guy's great. Riley Green. That shit's hilarious. Will this slow him down? That slowed him down a bit. What about this one? That one slowed him down too. Alright, we try to get from this pallet. Oh, he didn't see.
But with all that other fun stuff that you have on this map, my absolute favorite thing in the entire map is this back corner tank. Looks pretty harmless, right? All you got is like an unsafe looking window and an unsafe looking pallet right there that people can throw stuff over, but that's not how you actually use it, or else it would actually be garbage, and its only advantage would be the fact that it's in the back corner of the map, but it's not. Its biggest advantage is the front too, but mainly the back. You can loop around this humongous back part of this tank here, sometimes even get 2 loops if you want to, and then after looping around this thing once, then you can run into the inside over here and get really scandalous, where you have to win a 1v1 with the killer to then try to make it around back to this pallet here, where you can greet it either direction. If they push you around this way, as long as you win the 1v1 on top of your positioning and you make it back to this pallet, you can greet it from either direction. And the best part is, if you don't know where the killer is and they lost you, you can come back in this way. And if you come back in this way and you go to 1v1 back around this thing and the killer still hasn't found you, you can reset all the way back to square one and have to run all the way around this huge back part of the tank again. So it looks just like a meek little unsafe pallet and unsafe window, but in reality, you can milk every teeny last drop out of this pallet and waste like 2 minutes of the killer's time, even though it looks like some garbage filler pallet in the corner of the map. It's definitely in the corner of the map, which will waste way more of the killer's time, but it is anything but garbage. You're supposed to double back or swing. Yeah, let's go. We run around it again. I love looping this fucking thing. This thing's a lot of fun. Oh, I don't think they... Maybe. Damn it. I fucked up my sprint burst too. Yeah. Yes. If these videos are helping you out at all, make sure you like, subscribe, leave a comment. I literally read every single comment. Also, go follow your boy MLT. If it wasn't for him, I would not be able to make these looping guides. And go follow on Twitch, because I go live Monday through Friday at 4:20 p.m. Eastern Time. We do open...
Oh, yeah. Open lobbies Wednesdays and Friday. Oh, yeah. Oh, my God, we got double rated. I'm sorry. I was AFK. I was too busy getting high. Literally. I wish that was a joke. How much stoned do I look? I'll probably wait until next game, I suppose. This one ready up.
You never know what the night.
This is a song I should play tonight. Oh, wait, is Drunk Nihilism want to get in here? I think we lost someone anyway, right? Yeah, let's get Drunk Nihilism in here. I had missed the drunk... Oh, next game. I'm sorry. My bad. What's up, Matty G? I'm doing pretty good. Oh, here we go. Nice. That was worth the back out. The problem is this song is hard and tiring. You gotta be warm to play this song. It is open lobbies. Type exclamation join. Because I will forget. I'm dumbass and I just smoked. You can play as many games as you want until the end of the stream, but if my PC crashes, it's the end of the stream. Yeah, I need to play that song on Clone Hero, though. Oh, good point. Yeah, I can only stream for like 4-ish hours. It's not a no cap. I wish I could stream. I've done a 24-hour stream before once. Was that the first year no perks? I was like, I'm never doing a 24-hour stream again. That was miserable. I'm too old for that shit now. That would have been a lot more fun when I was like 22 or something. It doesn't say encoding overload there, though. I'm still expecting it to crash any game. I haven't heard this one in a minute.
Let's hit those generators.
Snap your fingers. Do your step. You can do it all by yourself. I'm gonna buy you a drink. I'll just type in exclamation join. If you type exclamation list, it'll show you the list as well. I want to loop poop with the poop loop. It doesn't work against Pyramid Head, though. Zerk, you know what's funny? That's exactly what we were talking about with Pyramid Head earlier. When people think he's like A tier, I'm like, that's if you like somehow manage to hit every single prediction through walls and everything. Do you want with me? The money in the bank. I'm gonna go try it the last second. Yay, at least we get her off. Oh, she's waiting. We can just go next if you guys want to. If they just want to camp basement. It's 5 gens. If they want to kill that bad, we can just give it to them if you want. This is the best part about doing open lobbies. Zerk says yes, please. I am absolutely fine with that. Oh, you don't want to pretend like you want the easy win? Come on, we all know. Yeah, there you go. See, we're being good gamers. We're giving them exactly what they want. It's not even the holiday season. Look how generous we're being. Right on to next.
Where are you?
Yeah, they nailed us. They outskilled us super hard. We were lucky to witness such greatness. Oh yeah, there's an abandoned feature. Once everybody's slugged like that. But there yeah, lots of practice. That's really what it is, yep. On my controls, I press start and then Y and then A. Because I press start and it pulls up the start menu. Y is the button I need to press. And then A confirms the... So start YA. Oh, I'm sorry, drunk. I always forget about the offerings. And like items and shit. Played for a while with nothing. Now I just expect nothing. Here's a question. I was looking at that envelope thing. It said like other survivors or something, right? Does that mean the killer doesn't get a bonus from the envelope? Hey, thanks, Foxtree. Oh shit. That was so close to freezing. We're not frozen, are we? No, we're not. Okay. Holy shit.
Stay alive. All of you.
Oh my god. This is the killer I always want to go next against. I never do. Unless they want. But this is the one that I'm always just like, hey, you guys want to go? This is a follow, mate. We owe Maddie a game as well. Oh my god, I was super outskilled. It's definitely not auto-aimed from a distance. I'll go this way, I suppose. Oh, fuck. I ran him into the others. His tentacles were bugged. They weren't appearing on the screen. God, I fucking hate playing against this. This is the only killer in the whole game I absolutely hate playing against. But I fucking hate playing as this killer. Oh god. Well, that's unfortunate. Luckily there's a lot of pallets or windows I could use. Oh, here's one, the very first one. Hey, look. So that gives him an advantage actually at loops because we won't be able to see the tentacles over the thing. I've never seen this bug before. He has no tentacles. You guys see this? I've never seen this bug before. What's up, Exor? My Killer Main's Nemesis.
Won't die on my watch.
Although I haven't been playing Killer in a while. I'm spending all my blood points on Killers. I'm trying to get all the Survivor Tomes done. Because when I spend the blood points, I spent them all on Killers and Arella. Arella's the only Survivor I spend blood points on. Got a P100 Springtrap with like 4,800 pies or cakes or whatever they are. But I thought that if you went through the tomes, it'd be kind of equal. Like, do like a Killer Tome, do a Survivor Tome, do a Killer Tome. But the Survivor Tomes take so much longer. Oh, fuck. And this is really a big dead zone, except for that one pallet right here. What a great pallet we get after a huge dead zone. What is this one here? Okay. Oh, it's because all the pallets are over here. That's where all RNG went. I am expecting my PC to crash at any moment. I don't know. I've never seen this bug before. Oh, I have a fucking add-on. This is what I mean by this shit is so fucking stupid, man. That shit is so fucking stupid. Oh no, I got spotted from 30 feet away. Literally just because they looked at me. And we got no pallet to spawn in here or there. Yay. So we also got bugged RNG, and there's just no pallet on this entire bottom area. I hate playing against this killer, man. It's even bugged. You can't even see him if you try to loop him. He literally got an advantage bug. Because now if we go to do short loops, we can't see the tentacles, which is supposed to be something to help us. Especially after getting a free hit. Dude, I fucking hate playing against this killer. I gotta change a diaper after this game. This shit is stupid, man. They just come flying all the way across the map, and just because they saw you on their screen 30 meters away. Oh, gotcha hit. Look at this. This is exactly what I'm talking about, dude. Look how dumb this shit is. From all the way over there to all the way over there. That quickly. This shit is so dumb. You guys just want to go next to this point? Like, these gens ain't done. No, we can't, because we got to get them in the next game. They've been waiting like 2 games already. I don't want to go next 2 games in a row. I told you, this is like the only killer. It's funny, in solo queue, I never go next. You just eat it. And then when we got open lobbies and all 4 of us are in the thing, I'm like, hey, you guys want to go next? I fucking hate playing against this killer. This shit is just brainless as fuck. Not the person playing the killer. But even look at this. It's even bugged where it gives them a bigger advantage. So they'll have loops where you can't see over him. Like, if you're trying to loop this, since he doesn't have the tentacles and it's bugged, you will not be able to see him. This is what I mean by it's stupid as fuck, man.
You ain't gonna die.
It's so fucking stupid. On shroud offerings? What do shroud offerings do now?
It's gonna be all right. You'll be up and running in no time.
This killer's designed in a way where you can't even tell if they're hacking or not. I've literally played against multiple ghouls and was not able to tell if they were hacking until I went back and looked later on. But because of the killer's design, it's like impossible to tell. And they come flying all the way across the map and get a free hit. You literally can't tell if they're hacking or not. Now this person's definitely not hacking. But I just thought it was funny. I literally had multiple games. I guess. Yep, it's Ghoul on statistically the most killer-sided map in the game. Love to see it. And they got bugged, so we have less counterplay than normal. Because you're supposed to have tentacles appearing, and their tentacles are bugged, and they're not appearing. So if you go to loop them, like at a tile over there specifically as well, same thing. It's like, yep, yay. You see how he does not have tentacles until they start flinging? Like when you look at him, there's just no tentacles. Ooh, Scoops Ahoy Steve. God, this shit is dumb, man. Have I whined about it enough yet? Because for some reason, I'm really craving whining more about it. I wouldn't even call this trash talk. I wish I could talk trash when I was having a bad time. I'm not a good actor. That's why I can't be wholesome either. I feel like I've literally just been straight whining. I should have healed them before. I didn't realize the sled will make it. Yeah, we were talking about Ghoul earlier. I hadn't even played against a Ghoul and I was complaining. I was saying I'm biased though and will always hate playing against Ghoul. I'll never be able to actually properly judge their power. Because we were supposed to get a health patch. Also, this is a Giga Chad Ghoul. They literally went out of their way and got everybody on Deathhook first. I've been whining all match, but that's why multiple times I'd be like, I'm not talking about the player, I'm talking about the Ghoul. We were supposed to get a health patch, and then the morning of the P2B, it was like, alright, let's see what bugs they fixed. And it was like, and they were like, wait, actually, instead of health patch, we have a new killer. Before I even knew what the killer's name was, or what the power was, or anything about the flying spaghetti monster, I was like, fuck that killer. I hate this killer. I was like, I'll never properly be able to judge if I actually like the killer. It's nowhere near even the strongest killer in the game, though. That's what's funny about it. It's definitely not OP. I'm not calling for a nerf or anything like that. I just whine about it every fucking time. Run, main. Run, main. Oh, I guess not.
Let's get you healed and then get the fuck out of here.
I forgot a sled will make it. That shit is strong. Yeah, Ghoul's not even like super OP. He's kind of just a solo queue demolisher. Like just like a everyone always compared him to Legion, but just like a way better version of Legion. That's the thing. Remember how people would talk about Legion's free hit? But the thing is Legion's free hit compared to Ghoul's free hit. From here, can I make this? Because there's no pallet spawned here. There's supposed to be, but yeah, we can. Okay, nice. But what I mean is, like, if you're on the other side of this pallet, when I was playing that pallet and I was not injured yet, Legion has to risk getting pallet stunned to reach across, right? They have to win the 50-50 at some point. They have to try to swing. Whereas Ghoul doesn't. They just stare you across and they can get the hit, and it's just like... Yeah, the flying spaghetti monster, yep. My friend Lemon on Halo, the guy I actually met. That's what he'd always bring up whenever religion came up. And never had like an actual image for Flying Spaghetti Monster. And then when this killer came out, that was the first thing I thought. And that was the other thing too, is I already hated the killer anyway. I was like, man, I might even enjoy playing against this killer if it wasn't supposed to be a health patch, and they didn't lie to us. But they lied. They said, we're not going to have any new DLC. We're going to have just a health patch. And we got Ghoul instead. How is he still in his power? There was nobody that had the thing. I don't understand. Why did he have 3 swings? I can't figure that out. Oh, damn it. I wanted him to swing again. Because that's the only counterplay, is to try and guess if they're going to go Spider-Manning or not. Pastafarians. I think I've heard that, but not in like 10 years. It was probably the last time me and Lemon talked about Flying Spaghetti Monster. Yeah, I've never seen that bug before. I've never seen them not have tentacles. I still played like Giga Chat anyway. The name is Patch. I won't say Giga Chat Bug Ghoul or anything, just Giga Chat Ghoul. I would say Giga Chat whatever killer they were playing. If they're playing nice and they won the game, at least in my eyes. So like if they went either way and they got everybody hooked once or they got 5 hooks and further, obviously if we all die, same thing. Try to write Giga Chat on the profile we can. But they're going out of their way to play cool. Is Maddie here? And BF? Yeah, let's go. This is Bill Murray. Oops. Oh yeah, I forgot about this song. This type of shit I don't hear too much of. I don't even know what type of music to call this besides electronic. And kind of like have a video game type feel to it. This is not this digital math guy though. Because that guy has some cool shit. For the same reason. Oh, same Francos, let's go. You didn't send it to me. You gotta send it to KAP''N space Kush. Unless you're on Steam. If you're on Steam, hit the profile, go to the profile, and hit the green button on the right hand side that says join game. You know, it's funny, this almost sounds like a Sonic song. And you just posted a Sonic meme. That's Sanic, I suppose, but you know what I mean. I feel like that's kind of why I like the song. It sounds like it would be like a music to like a Sonic level. Where's Maddie at? Still waiting on the PC to crash at any moment. It was close on the last one, I think. Here we go. Oh, you sent it probably to the PlayStation guy. I think there's somebody on PlayStation with a hashtag no perks since 2020 because you can't have a hashtag on Xbox and Nintendo Switch. That's too long. You can only have 10 characters. Yeah, what's up, Steam? Are you in the queue? You want to join again? You're not in the queue. But it says because you were up. I thought you played in the last one, so we should get you in then. My bad. Scoops Ahoy Steve, good point. I need to do full Scoops Ahoy as well. There we go. Yeah, this part. Sounds like a Sonic level song. That shit sounds like a fucking Sonic level to me, but in the best way. So I was like, I don't know what to even call this type of music. Electronic? That's it. Haven't heard too much shit like that. Oh, I gotta ready up. So does Matt, actually. It was not just me. I'm not alone. I miss his old voice. Old voice was hilarious. I don't know why they changed it. Is it because he got older on the show? I actually haven't seen any Stranger Things. I was only a Steve main because Kai, or Neactus, LC, wanted me to play Steve, and I just was like, alright, I'll play Steve. Because I didn't really ever care about what Survivor I was playing. Especially when we were using no perks. Right, Cal Rusty? You know what's funny about Weekend? Was I didn't know I loved Weekend until he played for the Super Bowl. Because when they said he was headlining the Super Bowl, I was like, who the fuck is that? I was like, I've never heard of this guy. But I worked in bars and went to bars all the time. So, like, here comes the Super Bowl halftime show. And I don't remember what songs he played. This might have been one of the songs he played. But I just remember, like, the first song comes on. I'm like, oh, I know this song. I was like, I know this guy. Or like, not know this guy, but I was like, okay, so this is him that sings this song. And then the next song he played, I was like, oh, I know this song too. I like this one too. And I was like, yeah, I know this song. And then another one comes on, and I was like, yo, I like this one too. I was like, I know all his songs. And I was like, apparently I love The Weeknd. That was a really funny realization. But like, you're not like looking up the song, because especially when it was more mainstream in your head, you're like, that'll be easy for me to find if I want to find that song, you know? The songs where I always had to like stop everything and be like, wait, what is this? Is this something that is like, sounds like you won't hear? That's why I came across Hot Chip, actually. That was when I was working on in the long room. God damn, the name is completely accurate. That is one long ass, narrow ass bar. But Danielle was the one controlling the music that night because we never give a shit. And me and Clive, neither of us had heard of Hot Chip before. That's not even my favorite song by them. I actually like a song called Flutes by them, which apparently was in GTA 5 or something. Hey! Holy shit! What is going on? It's open lobbies if anyone wants to play, but my PC might crash. Just a heads up, my PC might also crash. Because we have been having PC crashing issues. So I literally have a stream title that's like, stream until PC crash. We got an old PC. It was good to see it last this long. This PC is from 2018. So you'd be like, I built it myself. But at the same time, building it yourself is kind of just feels like putting it together like Legos. It was fun though. Just like Legos is fun. Yep, I got a 1080 Ti and it started having some issues with the last update. I'm gonna run towards the killer anyway. Holy shit. Oh, we'll get to these in 1 second. Oh, they're going this way. Okay, they went this way. Oh shit. Run! Oh, as far as I could be. Guess I thought it was. Does this line up perfectly? I don't think it does. No, it doesn't. Big Sag. You can still try to loop around the bush, though. Because Bad Ham already has like a bunch of cookie cutter loops. I thought I was far enough. I didn't think I was gonna get hit by that. This is really funny. The bush specifically is really fun to try to loop. And that's a good example of what I mean by like anybody can loop anything, really. Just like knowing circles and what to run in and where not to run. And then you start getting like experimental, like I was saying, like trying to loop around the bush and then connect the two windows. But the bush spawns in different spots. So sometimes you get it to line perfectly up into the two windows, and that's what I hadn't noticed. As we were doing this, was it yesterday? But on my doctor, because each different killer has different MMR. My doctor has super low MMR because I always let survivors go. He was my main at the time, but back when Made for This first came out, I was calling it Paid for This. And Doctor's gotten buffed since then. He shocks faster now as well. But back when Made for This was, if people didn't play back when Made for This first came out, every time you were injured ever, you would get 3% haste. You didn't need to have deep wound or anything. You were just 3% faster. So when you'd like go to shock a survivor, you would lose too much ground and you wouldn't gain it back. So even when you used your power properly, like how you should have, you'd still just be losing distance. It was terrible. And then Ultimate Weapon came out, which was stronger back then too. You'd scream and the killer would see your aura for like what, 4 seconds or something. I don't know if I make it back to the brownstone. Alright, nice. Oh. Run, 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 I can't move. We gotta go this way. The bush. Right into the window. The other one's the more complicated one. I didn't listen to too much Beastie Boys. No Sleep Till Brooklyn, I suppose. I played on Guitar Hero. I feel like there's another big one I'm missing, though. I'm in a terrible spot. She wanted to hit me with that dog, I was going to get hit. Also, there's a bunch of follows I need to thank everybody for. I'm going to do that in a sec. There's so many. Like I said, it is open lobby. You just got to type exclamation join. It'll put you in the queue. Until my PC... Oh, they heal me for it. Oh, so I can take the hit if they come here. Sabotage is good. That's still not the one I'm thinking of. I'm like, there's one more. We played a little bit of No Sleep Till Brooklyn the other day on Clone Hero. Just played like the end part with the last chorus, because if you don't just play the end part of that song, it goes on for a while with like almost no notes. It's like, Dan. Dan. Back around the other way. We did not. I don't know if I make this though. Yes, we do. I have some corn on the playlist. I just have a big playlist and it's on random. It used to be way bigger and then I lost the playlist. There was like 1,200 something songs. Now it's only like 600. It can go through walls. I was wondering about that. Yeah, big ol' head start. Run! Greet it. No! Thought I could make it around. I don't think I would have made the window. Oh, this pellet's already gone. Fuck! I was gonna greet it anyway. It's fun to see if you can greet it and then make it all the way to this window here. Yes. Big goofy turnaround though. I don't know if I make it to this pallet. Yes, we do.
Now!
Alright, well now we're in the corner. As good a spot we can be in though. We haven't been hooked yet, so we can just greet this until we go down. No! Damn, good shit. I wonder if I should have dodged outwards, right? And then go in. Oh my god. Oh my god. Where do I go now, though? Back to this thingy. Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you for the follow as well. I'd seen a bunch of follows. I was like, I'm gonna get to all these in a second. I always like to at least try to say everybody's name, because one of two things can happen when you try to pronounce everybody's name right. It's either laughably bad, that's what friends are for, laugh at you for it, or it's offensively bad, and that gives them an opportunity to, like, that's not how you should say that. Oh, my bad. Yep, one in doubt, hump the main. This map's got 4 main buildings, if you count Shack, which I do, especially because one of the bad hams I remember, you could get like a pallet leading in, because Shack would rotate and you could get a pallet leading into the window. Depending on which way it was face. Let's go over the brownstone just in case. Try to get some bush value. Medium vault. Loop the bush.
Now!
Bush value. Yes. Yeah, the bush value. This is what I mean by, like, once you already have too much fun at the main buildings over and over and over and over, and then you can start like playing experimental. Come on, bush, save me. Yes. But these are the, ooh, we got the window and garage too.
See, that's why you can experiment with this one. Damn it. I was hoping they'd vault the window. Played it too greedy there. Because if they vaulted the window, we might have been able to turn the corner and vault this before even getting in chase. And then we could get a free vault. Because if they got us in chase, that would have been the second vault. We'd only get one more vault. And I was being greedy.
I need help.
Want to loop that garage window, though. There's a window close enough to the garage now that we can run through the garage, vault the window. Whichever way they push us around, try to... Oh, I should try to Kobe. I should have just done that from the beginning. No! Damn. The Bushmeister. Yeah, that was good bush value. So that was, like, good value with it not being lined up perfectly, but it can be lined up, like, where one bush runs in, sticking out further where you get the running vault, and the one in the back. And the one on this side, it's right at the end, so you can get the running vault going in that way, too. That's when it lines up perfectly. I can make a video on that, too, actually, because I do have a bunch of... They're on controller. Good shit. But that was actually... The funny thing about that, when I tell people that, like, looping's easy, is Doctor's a killer ride, just let survivors go on, because we went on strike, and that's what we were talking about with... Went back with the old maid for this and shit. And... Because I just get, like, brand new survivor. Even if you go out of your way to 12 hook, then it still feels like a rigged gaming against them, if that makes sense. Oh, wait. Actually, sorry. Midnight Vibe, Lexi, Bree, Cincy, Ewok, Stoneflow, Danny Boy, Ruben, Gamer, Lil Shoddy Bay, 69, McGriddle, and Sid the Squid. Thanks for the follows, mates. Sorry, I missed it. It was like all at once. And then it was that was the game. So we got Maddie, BF, and Data Reaper, because Maddie got back in the queue. Or did BF just play? Was that Maddie and BF? And we need to get Data Reaper in here. When I saw Stone Flow, I thought Stone or Flower. Definitely am. That's why I start the stream at 4:20. We were joking about that earlier, actually, about if weed got federally legalized instead of just in state, like certain states. That'd be the first thing. That'd be the first time I'd be looking for a stream sponsor. Because how great would that be if it was like, hey, you guys. Let me get this one. So we were saying instead of Budweiser, it'd be Budmeister or some shit like this, right? They're like, hey guys, they sent me this cheetah piss or whatever this is called for me to try. Smells delicious. I'm gonna go give it a try. And you like go smoke and come back just like this because I smoked like 2 games ago, 3 games ago maybe. I stream for like 4 hours and some change, but usually once in the stream I'll smoke. Unless the Pistons are playing, then it's usually not quite 4 hours. All right, I think this is good. We got 1 open spot. We got 2 open spots for next game. Or 3 open spots next game, I suppose. Oh, unless Maddie wants to count that. I think that is what Maddie wanted to count. But that's fine. I just gotta remember. The Great Wall, when you get that huge fence by House of Pain. No, we didn't get it that time. We got a bunch of fun stuff that time, but I only got to do the bush.
Stay strong, man.
Oh yeah, TJ. I'm actually gonna make a video. That's gonna be the next video. It's gonna be like tomorrow or the next day. It's gonna be the secret Easter egg in all of my looping guides. And it's gonna be playing as Jumpsuit Jake. Because I always start the stream at 4:20, because I'm not a full-time content creator yet. I mean, working on it, obviously. I gotta make more videos for that. That's the other thing too. Or if my PC crashes, I'm like, yeah, I guess it'll force me to get some editing done, you know. But streaming is the, like, I'm on recess time.
Because all the other hours spent in a day is either working or editing, you know, like in bed before work or in bed at night, you know. That's the funny thing. That's why I was like, stream until PC crash. And when PC crash, I'm just going to go get some more editing done. That's why I've been able to put some videos out pretty fast. Flowers, let's go. Yep. Oh yeah, but the jumpsuit Jake, because we start the stream at 4:20, and like Monday through Friday actually, and usually for a few hours, sometimes just like 3. But if there's nothing going on that I have to do after, then I try to go for 4 hours and 20 minutes ish as well. But I try to make it as obvious as possible. I talked about it in the reason for no perks since 2020 video. But obviously, not everybody sees every single video, you know. Yeah, you can requeue as many times as you want. But that's gonna be the next video, is be like the secret Easter egg in all my looping guides, and it's jumpsuit Jake, because right when I start at 4:20, I play in that jumpsuit Jake outfit, and it's usually not only the warm-up games, so I'm also make dumb mistakes because I'm just warming up and you're like, man, I suck. I suck anyway, but like suck more than normal suckage. But not just that, you can see like the dumb shit, like type of mistakes I'll see, and then you look at my face and I'm like, and it's like the double whammy. So it's always been like an Easter egg. If you ever see Jumpsuit Jake, it's both the warm-up game and I'm stoned. I mean, I'm always stoned. That's my secret. I'm always stoned, but that's usually the biggest smoke of the day. All the other bowls are smaller than that. You smoke like 5 times a day. We were talking about earlier, smoke like 0.8-ish of a gram. So I grind a gram a day, but then when I get to Saturday, I have enough weed where I don't need to grind any at all. And then Sunday, usually I have a few bowls where I don't need to grind as well. I usually work a lot more on the weekends as well, so sometimes that lasts the whole weekend. Like if I work 2 doubles, I can't smoke as much. That's when it makes it all the way through Sunday, and then I have to grind any other weed, and then it's just 5 grams the whole week. Yep. Specifically, this is going in the video because we're going to break down that one chase specifically. But in the opening chase to Wrecker's Yard, the full guide was a jumpsuit. That was the jumpsuit Jake game of all time. It was also another example of like looping's really easy, and like you'll just have games like that where you win every 50. Like that last game we had one backfire where I ran past the checkpoint because I was trying to get into another window vault before I would get in chase, and the only way to do that was to immediately run. As I turned the corner, they'd probably be able to get up the stairs by the time I'm vaulting that window, and then I would only get one more vault in that window. But if we made it around the stairs and they didn't, and they vaulted instead, we'd have gotten all the way back up to that window with them coming from the right direction, which is even better. But even stuff like that in that chase, we were just winning every 50-50. There was somebody already dead, but they didn't even get tunneled out. They were AFK, and the killer was nice to them like 4 times, where they left them slugged. We healed them, and they were still AFK, and the killer left them slugged, and we healed them, and they were still AFK. I feel like that attack is so difficult to land. It's all prediction, obviously. But that's all the killer really is all prediction. That's what makes him like OP if every single hit ever. Like if you played against a bot that didn't miss, his killer would be like probably stronger than Nurse, you know? But the likelihood of that ever happening is just so low. Technically, you can hit 2 survivors at the same time, is what I mean by, you know. I have no idea where to put this killer power-wise. But I think he's perfect. I even saw Scott Junn made a video about that, where he was like, this killer is surprisingly like no bugs and well balanced, and like what else was going on, you know? It was funny. Makes me superstitious about other things, like this is like too perfect. Is it ruined? It is not.
I have prepared.
Oh, there, right there. Oh, somebody's already on the clock. Let's go.
Very clever.
What's up, dude? Yep. And there was games labeled Jumpsuit Jake, so that video is going to have both really dumb, bad mistakes where I was just warming up. Like, I fucked up the magic window on Disturb Ward. That was bad. Like, that was a bad fuck up. Like, I even said, I'm like, what the fuck am I doing? It was really funny, though. So, like, some of these matches are just going to be, like, really dumb mistakes, but then there's going to be also, like, some really epic chases. Like that Wrecker's Yard one. Hey, what's up, Lee? We're gonna follow Lee. Lee's one of the best blights in the whole world. He's like number 12 or something on the all-time leaderboards. There's a Scooby-Doo loop right here.
Superior.
Damn it. I was fucking myself trying to juke. I don't think going this way was smart on my part. But I'm trying to take him as far from the hook as possible. He's playing. He is coming this way. Interesting. Damn. Thought I got off it in time. We thought. I think Henry's perfect. We were just talking about that. I think it's perfectly balanced, but I have no idea where to put him power-wise. I'm like, if there was a bot that hit every... You know how Nurse... we play against, like, the 2v8 bot Nurse, and they would never miss any blinks? Like, in theory, this killer might be stronger than Nurse in terms of what it's capable of. I'm like, but the likelihood of that happening where they predicted you every single time throughout the match is so low. That was always the argument with Nurse anyway, because if you look at Nurse's kill rate, Nurse sucks, technically, right? But... that's because it takes, obviously, a bit longer to get good with Nurse, because you can't just M1 with Nurse, you know? I think they're just, like, fixing controller or something. But the whole thing with Nurse is, like, well, she'd be OP if she hits every single blink, and it's like, but that, like, never happens. Oh, dang. No, that was, like, that wasn't even, like, a rage quit. That literally looked like the type of thing where it's like, oh, shit, pizza's here. Dang it. I'm still going to write Giga Chad, though. Not just the 2-tap, but, like, the ground attack. That's specifically the one I think of. I'm like, if somehow they could predict you perfectly every single time and hit that every single time for the duration of the match, I'm like, that's nuts, you know? But, like, the likelihood of that happening is so low. But that would give him mobility and damage coming out there, on top of the being able to 2-tap and shit like that, you know? That's what would be nuts. If they hit every single prediction throughout the match on every single little thing. It's like, technically this might be better than Nurse, you know? But I struggle to be like, this is a stronger killer than Nurse, because, like, how often is that ever going to happen, ever? But that's why I'm like, I have no idea where to put him strength-wise.
How did I end up here?
I think he's perfect though. Like I literally don't think he needs to be changed at all. Personally, it's just my opinion, but. Wait, did somebody join the queue and I didn't see? Let me see this. I didn't think so, but yeah, just Maddie. Let's go. Well, he like went AFK. And then like moved and then stayed AFK for a second. And then DC'd. That's why I was like, I think he might have lagged out, but that one movement almost looked like, you know, the type of thing where you're like waiting for pizza and all of a sudden you hear the pizza and you like go AFK and then like your controller falls down and it moves. I have not seen any encoder overload message today, no. I've still had those moments happen. One where it came really close to freezing, I think. But when I looked over, it did not say overload or encoder overload. This is good. This would take a few days. It'd have to be like a few days worth of stream because in the middle of all the crashing, I think it was last week, it had 2 days in a row where it didn't crash at all. I was like, oh, problem fixed. I don't even remember what I was doing, but I was lessening my resources and lessening my resources. Like right now, even my like webcam, I used to have in 60 frames a second. I think I have it at 30. The preview is like one of the last things I could lessen the resource on by not having the preview up, but I like having the preview up. Because sometimes I like forget that there's shit on the screen. Like this is something I used to do. It looks like it's I moved it a little bit, so I just need to line them up again. But this was like I used to wear a green like scarf thing, so this would blend in, and I'd be like the head in the jar on Futurama. It says Tater down there. Thank you, Cat Acme, for making this for me, actually. But I need to reline it up because it's not lined up perfectly. NFL team? Oh, yeah. There's a Lions jersey. I'm also a Packers fan, though. Not because of any bandwagon, but my whole dad's side of the family grew up in and lives in Green Bay. But he met my mom in Michigan, so guess who won that argument? So I root for all of the Detroit teams and Green Bay, and that's it. But it's funny, because Lions fans hate Packers. Packers don't really care too much about Lions because the Lions have sucked for so long. They haven't had a reason to ever hate the Lions, you know? Now they just talk trash, so they don't even really have a reason to hate them. They just talk trash, same as they always did. Yeah. I want to start trying this route. Blood flavor. I watch all sports, though. Oh, it's funny, I don't watch too much football. Not NFL, but like soccer. But I always say football first. Because it was football first, and it makes more sense to call that football than hand egg. Even though I don't watch it, you know? It's just like, yeah, you're right. Don't go down the hole. Did not go down the hole. Well, you can use his tentacle to catch up, though, so I'm going to go down this way. Yeah, take the random route. I think this is the strongest area in the whole game. I do have multiple videos about this. But I think the single tile, it's funny calling this one single loop because it's a bunch of loops that work together.
But I think it's called the strongest loop in DBD. Oh, fuck. That's why it kind of feels cheap calling it the strongest loop, because it's like a bunch of loops working together. But I do think of this as like the strongest area in the whole game. Tyler Loop, who's this? Who missed the field goal? What game? I know games more than like field goal kicker's name. I don't know many field goal kickers' names. Just whichever kicker is on your team that year. I remember the Packers guy's name, the guy that missed like a few field goals. Did he miss like 2 field goals and an extra point or some shit? Oh, Ravens kicker. Dang it. Now, I don't blame that one. That was a DC, but I also don't blame that one because that's a terrible map for goal. Oh yeah, warning. If you don't like growling, I am live on YouTube as well, where there's no growling. There's no music, I should say. I should have given a warning. This is my favorite band. I like them because their range is incredible. Hey, let's get BF in here. Their range is incredible, though. We got time for 1 or 2 more games, and then I'll play an Opeth song. If it's like a 20-minute game, then this is the last one. No, this is probably the last one. Aw. Did he lag out, Bill Murray? This is a song that comes after Ghost of Perdition, actually. This is like the riff they end that song on. They only do it like twice. It's like and then it starts right into this song. That's the sad thing about Opeth, though. It happened earlier, but whenever you tell people you like Opeth, they try to get you into other death metal bands. And then you listen to it and you're like, eh. And it is the growling a lot of times for me. That's what it is with Lamb of God for me. That's why I give people warning, though, and I forgot this time. Like, we're also live on YouTube where there is no music. Jackson Dart. Who'd they just hire? Oh, Harbaugh. That would have been the funniest thing ever if the Steelers and the Ravens would have swapped coaches. Tomlin goes to the Steelers, or Ravens, and Harbaugh went to the Steelers. That seriously would have been like a movie script. See, it didn't say encoding overload that time. Yeah, same with the Lions. That was a sad thing. Lions injuries last year and this year. It would have been fun to see a Lions-Ravens Super Bowl. With them both healthy, obviously. Yeah, people take trash talk too far in video games and they end up crossing lines. That's where it cross line trash talk wise in sports. I mean, people take it too, obviously, but then people will be like, I hope they get hurt. And it's just like, you should be bummed out, especially if a player you hate gets hurt. It takes all the fun out of it.
Like Tyrese Halliburton is my most hated NBA player. Like fun to hate against because he hates the Pistons, and he like when we sucked, he was like staying in the game on purpose and running up the score, scoring early as possible in the fourth quarter. We're down 30 already in 2024. But we took Killian Hayes instead of him, so he lost out on a lot of money on his rookie contract. There's only 5 spots, but getting drafted 7th as opposed to 12th could have been like the difference between like $7.5 million to like $4 million, you know, or some shit like that. That's what I mean by you definitely lose out on a lot of money though, even though it's only a few spots. But I think there's a big drop off if you don't go top 10, and if you went from 7 to 12, you know. Let's go loop this. Have a good old time. Yeah. Aw. Josh Allen choked this year. I was giving my dad shit about it when I was talking to him. My dad likes Josh Allen. I like Josh Allen too, but that was funny. Because this was the year where it's like, okay, there's no Patrick Mahomes, there's no Lamar Jackson. All right, and then Josh Allen is the reason they lose. He played so bad in that first half. That's what was funny to me. Because people always say shit like, oh, if there wasn't for Mahomes, like, Josh Allen would have won all those Super Bowls. Or if it wasn't for Lamar, he would have made it to the Super Bowl and would have won the Super Bowl. You know, shit like this. That's why I thought it was funny. That when there was no excuses, he actually played bad and they lost. You're going too wide. You're going too wide. You gotta loop tighter. I stubbed my toe. Now I'm going too wide. Go for the hatchet. Yay! And then there goes the bloodlust. Yay! When you played a while, you can like see when killers were gonna do mind games too. You can see through these walls a little bit as well. They're just going a little too wide. I was rooting for the Broncos with Peyton Manning when they won that Super Bowl. Because, you know, I'm rooting for Seattle this time. You just, like, pick who you're rooting for when you really don't have a horse in the race. Like, oh, fuck it, I'll root for Seattle. But it's really because it'd be even more fun. It's for trash talk purposes, but this is what I mean by when you have no horse in the race, you find, like, a dumb reason to root for one or team or the other. But it's because There's a Facebook group called NFC North Trash Talk Cave, and they've just been giving Vikings fans a bunch of shit for not keeping Sam Darnold, and then I was like, that'd be even funnier if he won. They would just get shit all summer for that. And yeah, the Patriots have already won enough. That's the other thing too in my lifetime. I've seen him win 6 times in my life. I hated Tom Brady until the 28-3. I was still like a staunch, like, he's not the GOAT. Stop saying he's the GOAT. He's just really lucky. He was carried to those first 3 rings by defense. And then, like, I was drunk as fuck that night, too, I remember. It was like 28-3. And I remember even considering turning the game off and just being like, oh, fuck it. And in my head, like, the thing that was just like, you've never seen Tom Brady get blown out in a Super Bowl, though. And I was like, all right, I'll leave it on. And I remember, like, by the time the game ended, I remember just drunk and just being like, he's the fucking GOAT! And that was the day I became a Tom Brady fan. I hated him until then, but I couldn't hate him anymore after that. That was great. Could not hate. I think they just said, fuck this. But there was no boon or anything either. The NFL is so woke. I guess I don't notice it, really. Now, there's a lot of times people could be making a political reference and I have no idea they're making a political reference. I'm an idiot when it comes to politics. I just don't know enough. We've been talking about this since I started streaming. I said 20 years in the line, or down the line, I'll have like a political channel where it's not going to be me talking. I just need to talk to people and learn myself, you know? Because they're important, obviously. But there's only so many hours in a day. We were just talking about how the only time I have to, you know, because I want to be a full-time content creator, the only time I have is like editing, going to work, and streaming itself. And streaming is actually like the least productive thing towards being a full-time content creator. That's the funniest thing. Like, that's why I had, if my PC crashed, I'll just keep editing and put more videos out. You know, that's why, that was pretty much the thought process behind that. I guess we can play another one. That was short enough. I would have to be... That's the funny thing. That's what I always joke about. I was like, if I was successful enough to be able to afford an editor, then that's not... The first side channel I want to have is a movie channel. We're bringing back Movie Mondays at the end of the NBA season. We did Movie Mondays years ago. But we jump in the Discord, and I stream a movie. If you want to see the movie list, because I've been purchasing movies on YouTube since 2019. I also have Netflix and the Disney Plus Hulu thing. I've been buying movies on YouTube for years. And then it's funny because every now and then I'll see a video about how some movie is completely unavailable and you can't see anywhere, and then I do own it already. Like, I saw a video about Shin Godzilla like that, and I was like, I have this movie. And I was like, is it unavailable now? Nope, it's still there. Then more recently, someone said Pan's Labyrinth wasn't streaming anywhere. This was a few months ago. And I was like, I have Pan's Labyrinth too. There is no part 2, but you know what I mean. But that's one of the reasons I like buying movies. They can't take it away from me. People are worried about that, but even like Apple Music, there is a few songs that is not even streaming on Apple Music, but they have to let me have access to because my mommy, when I was a teenager, let me buy it for 99 cents on her credit card, you know? Like Buckethead specifically has a song called Too Many Humans, and it's like an 8-minute long song. It's kind of blues. It's really just guitar. And like drums and bass, you know, and some keyboard, but there's no lyrics or anything. It's just all instrumental. It's beautiful. That is a beautiful song, but it wasn't there when I was trying to put a playlist together, and I was like, oh, what the fuck? And then, but I had to go into like my account and then into purchases and then like access it through there, and then there it was, and then I could add to playlist, and it's like, haha, still got you fuckers. But the funny thing was, with Pan's Labyrinth and Shin Godzilla, when I went on a browser that I wasn't logged in on YouTube, it wasn't showing up. Like, it was not available. And even when I gave myself a link to click in that browser where I just copy pasted it, it still was like, this is unavailable in your region. But not when I was logged in on YouTube. There was Pan's Labyrinth.
Let's try to not lose any blood.
A cookie cutter means like where it's pretty much the same thing every time. And you don't have to think too hard about it. It's like the first one that comes to mind is like Saloon is pretty cookie cutter. Groaning Storehouse. It actually changed a little bit. Groaning Storehouse, but it's still really cookie cutter. Where like pretty much no matter most of the killers, like you don't even have to loop it differently. It just works against most killers. That's why you cookie cutter this loop on every killer. He jumped down. He did. Yeah, we got greedy and ran past checkpoint again. That backfired last game too, but it's not going to stop me from doing it again. It's more fun to play risky. I'm glad we got to get away from Shaq. I do not like looping Shaq. You know when and this has been years at this point, it's actually shown up in my looping guides, because on Toba Landing, I only looped Shaq like 4 times in 180 matches or some shit like that. I was like, that actually has shown up now. But when you first start playing, like when I was around 1,000-ish hours, and then I was like, I'm gonna be killer main for like 2 months, you know? And that was the first thing that wore off on playing Survivor, was whenever I was at Shaq, I was like, I don't want to loop Shaq. You loop Shaq in every fucking match. When you're playing killer, you have to chase a Shaq like 4 times a game at least. And it's just annoying as fuck. It's like, I don't want to loop Shaq anymore. Okay, we got away from Shaq, but then we lost Chase. Yeah, Voodoo and Fandango. There's some stuff. They have more stuff, I think, but I'd already started on YouTube. YouTube, and they have sales, I'm assuming, right? Because YouTube, that's what I look at. There's a Hot Deals of the Week page, but not everything shows up there, so sometimes I'll just look up a movie that's not even there, and it'll be like, but I usually don't like to spend more than $5 on a movie. Because a lot of times the rent price is like $4 to $5. Sometimes it's more. Sometimes it's like $7 just for rent price. So I'm like, shit, I'm fucking renting the movie forever. He got fucked over there. I should have either gotten hit or I should have let him vault the window. That's why maybe he got fucked over. Like, he didn't even do anything wrong. It's DBD. There's no bugs. Who says there's bugs? They're spreading propaganda. There are no bugs in DBD. There have never been any bugs in DBD. What is a bug? DBD players are not familiar with this. So immediately when I lost frames, I looked over. I was like, is it overload? I'm getting in a good habit of that. Like, one or the other should have happened. He should have either vaulted the window or I should have taken damage. He shouldn't have neither. I know it's a ping thing, probably. He doesn't even have bad ping. My ping's not even bad either. We have like the same ping. His is a little better. And after a while, they stopped working. That sucks. You could probably still access them somehow through the shop if you go to like account and purchases. The only reason I'm saying that, I don't actually know, obviously, but I was surprised with the Apple Music one. I thought I was just fucked there, and then I thought it was hilarious. I was like, I can play something that they can't even stream. Some movies of mine do get a little annoying to try to go to. I either have to go into the playlist or into the one page that has all the movies. But stuff like Parasite, right? Like I bought Parasite. That was like one of the first movies I bought back in 2019. Because someone was telling me about it. Oh, fuck it, I'll just buy it. And the thing is now how YouTube closed captions work is like you turn on closed captions in any language you want. But the problem was there was movies like Parasite that had closed captions or subtitles already on the screen. So they had to re-upload Parasite for purchase where there was no closed caption on the screen, and you do the YouTube closed captions. But I still have Parasite. Like I said, I just have to go into that movie playlist all the way to the top. Which is funny because you actually have to reload a few times because it only lets you go out like 200 at a time, and I have like 500 movies or something. But if you search Parasite, it's like a new version. Even though it's the exact same movie, it's just not the one that I own. And I have to go to the own list to find the one. At least that one had a good reason. Sometimes they just disappear because now it's on through the HBO Max. Or, you know what I mean? You can get it on YouTube via HBO Max or whatever. And you're like, okay, whatever. There's a few of them like that. MGM Plus. Oh, that would have been sweet. So this for as long as we can. We got 70 seconds on this hook state. So like that scared me. Oh, it's because I'm getting a Xbox message. No, dude, I fucking suck. We gotta go trade now. Or if we don't have to trade. Nice, we don't have to trade. I can sit on this one.
Playtime is over.
Fuck, everybody's injured though. This is where no communications is gonna really suck because this would be such an easy 4-out if we were on comms. But they don't. That person doesn't know where those two are. At least those two found each other. Because we could have split these gens as well. At least Nancy is gonna be okay. Yeah, Parasite is up there with like one of the best movies I've ever seen. I used to have like a top 10, but now I've seen too many great movies and I can't even keep a top 10 anymore. I'm still not even a movie buff. I want to be. I've seen too many great movies. I need to see, what is it, The Apartment? That was free on YouTube as well, because YouTube has free movies too. Because I've seen what I thought was his best movie, but some people put The Apartment above Sunset Boulevard, but I saw Sunset Boulevard, and that's one of the best movies I've ever seen. They could release Sunset Boulevard today, and that shit would be just as is. The writing is so good. It's about like this guy that's a writer, and he's so far behind on his bills because like being a writer is obviously like there's not too much opportunity. And he's super far behind on his bills where he's being chased by repo people. No, they were the one on Death Hook. I forgot. But when he's running from the police or the people that are chasing him for repo, he ends up in this woman named Norma Desmond's house, and she was like a silent film star, but this is a period past silent films, so she's been out of work for a while, even though she's super famous. He's like, "You're Norma Desmond, like you used to be big." And then there's a bunch of famous quotes from that movie. Hey, Nubby, this is the last game. I'm sorry, mate. I was about to say, what Survivor do you want me to play, but this is definitely going to be the last game. Oh, they're on a gen. He's like, "You used to be big," and she goes, "I am big. It's the pictures that got small." There's a few famous quotes from that movie, though. Man, this would have been... This is what I mean. I know I always pointed out just to... I sound like a broken record, but... So many games like this, if you're on comms, are such easy. 4 outs, really. But this guy probably can get a 4K. But you have to balance it this way. If you try to help out solo queues, Swifts always get the benefit. And Swifts don't need any type of buff at all. I kind of wish they would nerf Swift. In a way where, like, you can only have 2 DS, right? So if there's already a teammate you have playing with already using that, you can only have 2 mat. Kind of like how the 2v8 is. Fuck, man. And there goes all my progress. That's an add-on, right? Because it's only the one and not the other. And he's leading us right to here. I'm just gonna take it down here. No, don't run that way. We could have split to that gen like ages ago and gotten this one over here done. Just this build when I'm playing this Survivor. There's a few other Survivors I have that can run this build, but this build is going to be my counter argument to when people, because I'm always trying to get people to play DBD. It's one of the reasons I'm making those long ass looping guides. But, god damn it, dude. I'm trash. But these are all common perks, so not only would you have to level up any survivors or anything, like literally your very first night playing DBD, you could get this build. Since you wouldn't have any other perks in the blood web and shit too. You could easily get this build by like, what is it? Let's break the pallet. Haha, nerd. I guess we'll run this way. Mind game yourself. I don't even think I was looping that. But these are open already. Hey, Z-Wall. Oh, shit. Should have went to Z-Wall. But that way you can get this exact build in one night of playing. Basically like 300 to 1,000. You have to get it like to Blood Web level 30. Probably before that if you're like actually looking and not just doing auto spin. But now actually at latest it'd be 39 with auto spin. because of Lori's 3 perks, and then tier 1, 2, and 3 are all in common. But the blood webs get more expensive later on, so maybe 500k blood points. But every time you log in, even as a fresh player, I swear they give you a ton of blood points. There's no time limit on this heal perk. Is it an add-on? What is it? Yeah, tutorial as well. Not even just codes. Because isn't there like a permanent code right at 1 mil or something? I was gonna go to the far one, but this is closer to them. It's riskier, but worth the risk. No, he was so close. Oh yeah, so that's the thing. So I have the 1 channel point redemption to make me play any survivor. I can't use any perks on any of those, so because they're all level 1. I'm spending all my blood points on killers. I'll show you in a sec. Haha. Because survivors don't need anything. That's a hot take, but I believe it. I feel like I proved that a little bit in my looping guides. I feel like I did. But yep, this is like all my other survivors, at least. Yeah, I mean the newer ones, but the newer ones I just get to P1 so I can get the blood points here. Because if somebody gives 5 subscriptions, I'm like, hey, do you want me to run a survivor build? And I usually try to play until I escape with it. Because I like having something to offer, because instead of just being like, thanks, I'm like, so if you want me to run a survivor build, and that's when I'll end up doing that. But it's cool. A lot of people know that I don't like to do perks or just run this build anyway, and they're like, nah, they're like, just play this survivor. Like, so it could be like this, or this guy, but I could run 1 perk on these survivors, but I can't run like anything else really. But I really like this build anyway. It's perfect for solo queue, and like I said, it's free. Well, DBD base game, and not too much grinding to be able to get to there. Alright, I'll work on that one tomorrow. We made it through 1 stream with no PC crashing. Now, that doesn't guarantee, because I made it through streams before the PC crashed, like last week. I made 2 streams in a row, actually, before it crashed. So we have to confirm for like a week, but I'm hoping that was the issue, is that one of my updates up to my bit rate on my stream, which I had different from my recording, but it had it matching my recording, which I did not like, and that's not how I wanted it. But it might have been that Windows update that did it, because I think not only did I update Windows, I might have updated OBS at the same time when I updated that Windows, because I was like, what else can I update, that might have been what happened, but hoping that was it. And the funny thing was, the first thing I was like, well, then can I go back to like 1440p? It's like, no, you dumbass, you have an old ass card, keep it as like less load as possible. And it's like, yes. Oops. Multiple controllers. Yeah, I'm about to play some Guitar Hero. I do apologize to peeps on YouTube. You don't get any audio, but that's because I would get copyright strike. So you have to come to Twitch to hear the music. Huh. That thing's coming off my chair. I have a green blanket on my chair because I like as little on the screen as possible. But it looks like it got caught on my wheels of the chair. Whoopsie. Here we go. Yeah, exactly. I wouldn't go back actually, just because I'm like, might as well make it last as long as possible. I'm already saving up for a new one anyway, but maybe I'll be able to give this to like my nephews or something. They're not old enough though; they're 4 and 6. But at the same time, they shouldn't have a problem playing older games and shit like that, Or it wouldn't hurt to have a PC in another room, even, just for whatever reason. But all right, let's play a little Guitar Hero. Turning a stream PC. I think I could actually, because I do have that type of capture card. But then we'd be doing, well, I guess it wouldn't be, gaming is the heaviest, right? So then I could game in the highest, you know? Card was never working hard, exactly. It was not, yeah, it wasn't even like 50%. But I always took care of this thing. I always played at the lowest, because at first, when I first got the card, right, for like the first, when I was learning mouse and keyboard and shit, and I was playing Destiny, and I was like, I feel like I'm not getting too much better now. And I looked up Shroud, and he was playing on really low look sensitivity, like 400 DPI, and like really low endgame as well. He's like, people always ask me how to get better, and then they send me clips. I'm like, your look sensitivity is way too high. You got to get a huge mouse pad, which I have a pretty big mouse pad actually. If you look right here, like it goes all the way over there to there, but I don't use that part. Like where my keyboard ends, I pretty much only use that part. So I pretty much just use that space there. But that's a big space I use, you know? That's the thing. Is that is a big space I use. That's right. Yeah, it pushes this way. No, I need to do a little bit this way. Yeah, I think that's good, right? Yep. I wish we play Metallica. I don't want to play this song, but it was an easy one to get to. What by Metallica do we play though? No, I was gonna. Oh yeah, I have to actually. Let me get a warm up solo or something. Because I need to play that Dream Theater song. I feel like Orion has a good warm up solo. Yeah. Well, there's 100%. Let's go. So let's try to get in. Should we go play that one song then? Yeah, fuck it. What's the name of that song? Chaos something. No, what is it? Well, I know Pull Me Under is on here. Yeah, here we go. Constant Motion. This song is hard as fuck. And the solo's extra hard as fuck. Oops. Actually, sorry. Let me lower this a little bit. I realized it was so high as like covering this. My bad.
Fuck. There we go. This solo's epic and really fucking hard. Like, I've never even come close to hitting this shit. You'll know which part I'm talking about. This isn't hard. Woo! That's impossible. I was doing good up until that part. I missed so many. I couldn't get it going. Let's go. I almost 7-starred that. That was my all-time high because I did decent with the star powers. That solo is such a fucking... That solo's nuts. Missed 48 notes. 2,422, but most of those notes missed was in the fucking solo. That one part of the solo specifically, yeah, 76%. That should... I usually don't miss that many, though. But I just couldn't hit any of those triplets. I was like, God damn it. I can't even get like a few of these. Missed 40 notes of that song. That's terrible and hilarious. All right, you gotta find someone to raid. And then a solo to raid out on. Hey, Epi's live. But we raided Epi last week at some point, I'm pretty sure. Didn't we? Raided Absolve the other day. JRD is not live because it was between JRD or Absolve the other day.
Ooh, Dr. Emerald. So Dr. Emerald or Ghost Anonymous? I think Dr. Emerald. I think I've rated Ghost more recently than Dr. Emerald. I believe. I'll rate Dr. Emerald. Let me see this. All right, I'm gonna have to pause it at some point. All right here, because the end of the song is actually really epic, and I forgot about this. We played this on St. Patrick's Day, but the end of the song is specifically really epic. But have an amazing night, everyone. Thank you so much for hanging out. It was such a privilege to have friends to hang out with and play with. This is the end screen. Oh no, I just usually play Guitar Hero at the end of the streams. Donald, you just can't hear it on YouTube because I would get a copyright strike. You gotta come to Twitch to hear the music. But everyone have an amazing night. Thank you so much for hanging out. It was such a privilege to have friends to hang out with and talk to. And thank fuck it, the stream didn't crash. Thank you so much, BF, because I give BF all the credit for. I mean, like I said, we don't guarantee it's fixed. I had 2 days last week, even though in the middle of it crashing a ton, it still had 2 days where it didn't crash. So I feel like we'd have to stream for like a week straight and it not crash to be like, hey, it's fixed. But thank you so much. Though, holy fucking shit, I feel like I owe you so fucking much. Holy shit. But everyone have an amazing night. I'll see you guys tomorrow at 4:20 p.m. Eastern time. Let's go. Press enter and then do this. Oh my god, that's so fast. Damn, dude, that goes hard as fuck. It's so fast. It is so fucking fast. It's nuts. It's literally like jerking your arm as fast as you fucking can. That song is awesome. Have an amazing night. I'll see you tomorrow.